most people. And I kind of feel like I'm still processing stuff to post-mortem. My conversation last night, I forget what the guy's name was. So I just kind of refer to him as that guy. I wonder if she left her phone in here. Maybe I should take it to her. It's very unlike her to leave her phone someplace other than where she is. But I will take it to her. But she's going down for a nap, so maybe she's in long right now. I don't know. Hi, Daniel Berry Sports Highlights. Happy Thursday to you, too. So, perhaps in the comedy left on the short, I'm not sure about that one, but during the conversation last night, and then again after the conversation in an email, the guy asked me if I saw a lot of T.I. in what he was doing. And, my reply to the email was simply, well, I try not to make conclusions about person's type without actually testing. So I didn't want to say what I thought about his TI without actually testing it, right? But I've been thinking in the aftermath about if you weren't going to test it directly, what kind of things would be good indicators of either front stack or up top TI, or good indicators of back stack or 7/8 TI. And there definitely are some things we can look at that are indicative one way or the other, though not definitive. Like, the first, perhaps most important thing to remember about TI is that it represents a disinterested calculus. So, somebody using introverted thinking to determine the status of something is saying that the reason I'm confident in this is because I've used an external evaluation metric and it validates it, and you could use the same metric and validate it accordingly. But it's still the case that people with TI sometimes do have agendas, or sometimes married to given positions, or have are more interested in either winning or not losing than they are in being correct, or various things like that. It does happen. So the fact that that guy yesterday was arguing a position to which he was married is not in and of itself indicative that he can't be TI. Hey, let's say Amex? Amex? Let me make this bigger. AM Rex, I see. Hi, I'm here to support small streamers. Well, good for you, Abby. Thank you for that. I think it's a noble endeavor. And I am a small streamer. I'm not a small steamer, though, but I am a small streamer. And I'm also a very active streamer in the sense that I stream a lot, but it doesn't necessarily generate a growing community for me. And I'm not exactly sure why. The most obvious answer is, well, it's just not very good, or only a small audience thinks it's good. What's a TE first slot test? We don't have tests for TE first slot. Like, all you can tell with TE tests is either polar or something else. You might be able to generally say it doesn't sound like particularly strong TE, but sometimes somebody might have, for example, fifth slot TE be an INTP, like a guy I typed a while back, and he kind of sidestepped some of the TE questions because he was challenging the questions on TI grounds. but that didn't mean he had bad TE. And when I persisted in testing it, he tested as not poor. Yeah, we don't have any tests that can distinguish between, say, first and third slot, first and fifth, first and sixth, something like that. But anyway, as far as indicators of TI, so one reality of paying attention with TI is that the underlying illocutionary frame of that is I will affirm and negate this thing such that a party who's refereeing the thing without any horse in the race would still agree with me if they did a good job of it, right? It may be the case that the person who's making this advocacy with TI is very attached to their position or advocacy, but they're still fundamentally saying things in a frame of reference where you're looking to get somebody without any interest in the thing to agree with you rather than appealing to somebody's interest as a reason to agree with you. Let me come up to your hood and serve up some good ass barbecue. Well, where do you live? Dentalovic. What's my nationality? I'm fluidly transracial, so my race changes depending on the day and the moment. If you're asking me what race am I right now, I'm Japanese. But that could change in the next couple of minutes. It changes a lot. Have fun in hell? Why am I going to hell? Are you trying to say that fluidly transracial people go to hell? That God doesn't approve of my shifting and arbitrary identity? Listen, Lil Tonchiski, you are wrong. I'll tell you why. Because God don't make no mistakes. And he made this special guy right here. He made me fluidly transracial, and I say thank you, God, for changing my race all the time. Well, I know you don't, Lil Tonchiski. I didn't expect you would. In fact, I'd written down before I started this, if Lil Tonchiski if Lil Tonchiski approves, you must change everything. So I appreciate you rejecting my race. What's your thoughts on Article 13 of the Brexit Agreement? I don't know what it is. You'd have to articulate the specifics of it. But additionally, topics like that, you can only determine what the right thing to do is through impact calculi. So I don't really care about stuff like that because it's not an issue of legitimacy per se. Although you could say that it's preferable to maintain national sovereignty for legitimacy reasons. After all, anytime you give up some of your sovereignty to some kind of union slash free trade area or whatever, you're allowing people who aren't your citizens and who can't even potentially vote in your elections or be elected to represent you or anything. You got people who are from foreign countries who have no legitimate say in your nation's politics and, lording over certain things because of the agreement you signed. So in that regard, I don't necessarily love the idea of the EU in the first place. However, it is true that one could successfully argue that the national sovereignty via a correct mechanism made the decision to enter into that agreement, so it doesn't violate sovereignty. Do I even like chips? I do like chips, but I have trouble eating them right now until I get my final teeth. I only drunk whiskey with my friends, and I ain't got no friends. So I guess that means you don't drink whiskey. Flash your cock and I'll Venmo 100,000. Tell you what, Venmo 100,000, or maybe I will. I mean, one of the reasons I skipped it is because I don't believe you have $100,000 to Venmo me. Do politicians need a better understanding of diplomacy? I mean, you've got different politicians who have different understandings of what the protocols of governance and intergovernance should be. The problem is people around the world think America's a wonderland. Do people around the world think that? I mean, in a lot of ways, we've kind of been the laughingstock of the world for a while now with our catastrophically bad leadership. Black lives actually matter. They legitimately matter. Well, sure they do. And it's also the case that conflating a problem with excessive force, police willingness to use violence when it's not necessary, etc., conflating that with a racial problem is obviously a mistake. I mean, I think certain places in the world probably still have a generally positive view of America, but to the extent that America was once the land of opportunity and exceptional because of its consistent prioritization of individuality over communitarian, like misdirections that people want to throw at shit. Have you ever been in a leadership role in your life? Yeah, sure. I was head coach of competition and flow debate teams for a long time. I also was the director of a competition debate school, and I owned my own. In all those capacities, I had to lead. I also was a father who raised a child. She's now an adult. I was very, very successful as a coach. We won all the time. No, I'm not gonna say hi to your friend Nick, because I've met too many versions of him in my life already. Hello, Cloud Kika. Cloud Kika, come over and get your phone.
Yeah.
I almost brought it into you.
Oh, thanks.
Love you. But I thought, well, maybe she fell asleep and.
I know, I almost did fall asleep and then I was like, wait, I want to look something up and then I realized I didn't have it.
And it is the case, little Chisky, that I sometimes go up and down with the chat. Like I might skip a couple things and come back to it and stuff, but that doesn't have anything to do with leadership, obviously. Me clarifying that I didn't skip you with a plan on not getting back to it at all. That's an example of sort of leadership in that I'm making sure you're fully informed. Do I know Amanda Hug and Kiss? No, but I've met Anita Dick and me. How are the cats? They're fine. They got it.
After Theo today, right in front of me, and stopped him.
Good for you. Good job. This morning I got split a can of tuna because we were out of cat food. But I went to the store, I got a big bag of cat food and came back. You fancy the word twas? No, but I would if it were used in like the word word. When people would say word. Well, if people used twas like that, I would like it. Like twas not twas. What? No, my wife's name is Rachel. My daughter's name is Delilah. Rachel's fine. She's looks like she's making a snack. She got her phone, which she left in here. she's gonna go take a nap, and I think she's going to maybe listen to the stream while falling asleep or something. Straight up twas, dog. I was all like, "Twasn't, motherfucker," and he was like, "Twas." I tell you, I think maybe Lil Tunchitsky left. I was hoping he was going to demonstrate his leadership skills. Oh well, guess we'll have to do with that. Thanks for the kudos, Cloud Kicker. Thanks for bringing me back on topic as well. So, to some extent, I wish I hadn't done that because those kind of experiences impact me afterwards. Like I don't like it when I get like, no, 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 no. But I should have learned by now that it's almost inevitable when I have this conversation. Or I should have figured out that in that instance it was kind of inevitable. But anyway, so the guy asked me both, I think maybe in the comment he left, but also um, at some point in the stream, and then also in an email afterwards, he said something along the lines of, "So you see a lot of Ti in me?" And my response was, "Well, I don't. I try not to draw conclusions about people's functions without testing them, you know." But since I sent that reply, I've been thinking about it, and I was thinking about different things you could look to be indicative of TI or not that aren't determinate. Like, yeah, there are plenty such things. For example, the the Jay Dyer, proof that he was presenting. I thought about actually watching that Jay Dyer video. He sent me a link to it, a video from that guy, I guess, explaining the so-called proof. Um, that proof does comprise a an attempt. Well, it comprises an advocacy that says affirmations about the existence of God uh, win. In other words, that this this these things I'm going to say here are the why belief in God is not a magical thinking frame. It's not a holistic frame or anything. It's partially determinate. So, well, I don't mind him wanting to show me his raps. It just caught me off guard, right? Like, if you're gonna do that, maybe first say, "Can you put a beat on?" I don't mind listening to you rap over a beat, maybe, or maybe you put a beat on in the background. If it doesn't go on forever, I don't mind checking it out. I understand people want to have an audience for their thing, but you know, lube me up a bit. Don't just shove it in there. Regardless, um, so yes, that quote unquote proof is making the claim that we can validate claims about God's existence in the same way that I could validate that I could validate negative rights provided the axiom of ownership. So it of course that proof that what he told me did not in any way, shape, or form prove God in any way, shape, or form was what he told me remotely waterproof as an argument. It was just full of holes and sieves of water coming in every direction. But so the question would be then this is the weakness of his case indicative of something other than TI? Well, not necessarily, because again, just because somebody's married to a given position, if anybody who's married to a position, if that position is wrong, they will never do anything but lose the argument against somebody doing the job optimally well. But that doesn't mean that this guy he got the idea from, maybe that guy actually explained something different than what Jay Dyer, who invented this idea, I guess. Maybe Jay Dyer can explain it more satisfactorily than that guy did last night. So that's conceivable. But so is it indicative of bad TI that he was selling a bad case? Not necessarily. Is it indicative of bad TI that he was married to his position? Not necessarily. But let's say let's say Jay Dyer does do a better job of telling the case than that guy. Then that guy's arguing, for example, that this transcendental argument proof that he referenced, that's what convinced him to become a Christian because it was so convincing. If in fact either he's not representing the argumentation correctly, in which case he didn't understand it, and that's indicative of low TI, or he he is getting it correct, in which case being convinced by that would be indicative of low TI. But likely it correlates with those things. It's not determinant on the point. So am I saying the guy is not an INTP? No, I'm not saying that because I've not typed him. Another thing that's I think pretty indicative of low TI, although it may be indicative of low NI, is going around in circles. Like we get to the same spot every time. I give him the answer, and he'd go off to some side direction, circle back around to the same point again, come to this spot. I'd give him the answer. He'd circle back around again. That could be indicative of low TI or NI. Again, though, not determinate because there's too many different factors that could. I I've learned from experience not to trust my intuition, even though there are plenty of instances where it's probably pretty reliable. No, I mean, it's a definitionally true statement to say that a design has to come from a mind. But it's not correct to infer from that therefore everything was designed. And the fact that people understand the world in ordered ways, that we make meaning out of things, which is a way of rendering our fluid experiences in something communicable and something that we can like refer to that's static. So the thing is, I never really got his argument either. I really just didn't get it. It's what I think he was trying to say is that the reason God has to exist is because nobody could ever be correct about reality if we were a brain in a vat or if it was a simulation. Now he did pick up on the fact that, or note that, not that that simulation is equivalent argumentationally to vat in a jar, or brain in a vat. So, and that's correct. Those things are argumentationally equivalent. You might say that noting that is possibly a TI indicator. Of all the non-front stack TI types, who do you think is the best TI user? I mean, I don't think there is a best TI user of the backside people because they have they have totally different relationships with it. Like, is my FI worse because it's my blind spot, or is an INTP's FI worse because it's not quite their blind spot, but it's also instrumental? Is is my FI worse because it's where I incur harms, or is my SE worse? It's where I incur the most harms, or is my SE worse because it's it's the least conscious? It's hard to say. Like, if you're talking about TI just in terms of how you of using it to test things, I mean, using tests and how people perform on tests of it, then I would say INFP is the best. But you might be somebody who thinks that um, that fairness, demonstrating fairness in your life, is more important than testing TI when you're talking about whether TI is strong or not. And I don't think INFP is the type that's most likely to demonstrate fairness. Uh, sure. Might be TI6 or TI5 or something. Oh, yeah, INTJs, forgot about them. Yeah, INTJs have fine TI. Um, ENTJs do too. ESTJs do. It's just not, again, it's like, what do you mean by fine TI? It kind of depends on what virtues you want TI to uphold. So, anyway, going back to this topic of things that are indicative of strong or weak TI that aren't actually TI test questions. Um, like, I think I left off on this tendency towards circularity slash non-responsiveness. But I would say that one's relationship with definitions is going to be somewhat revelatory as well. So I asked him to define faith if he didn't like my definition of it. And he defined it as, he looked up a definition, he defined it as loyalty, trust, and another word. Of course, well, I mean, NI is that's a very NI versus TI definition of faith, right? I'm using a TI definition of faith because I'm including it in the list of words that include know, believe, determine, assert, posit, right? Like it's you're conveying something specific about the epistemics of the person when you're using that term. He defines it as loyalty, trust, and confidence. Loyalty, trust, and confidence. So, um, it is the case that some words can be defined as a mix of several different things, sure. But the thing about defining it as that, you've no longer operationally defined it. You can't test something to see if it qualifies as faith unless you can establish that uh, a given thing is representative expressly as disloyalty and or distrust and or low confidence. Well, yeah, I mean, Myers-Briggs, if you're talking about MBTI specifically, then you should reject it because they weren't trying to explain anything, right? They weren't trying to they weren't doing any intellectual work. They were trying to provide a tool that purportedly did something productive for companies. So, um, so the thing is, one can reject also Myers-Briggs for not validating it as a personality model because it got various things wrong. But it's if you're talking about cognitive functions as I explain them, as a comprehensive and consistent with observations and with experimental data, uh, taxonomy slash modeling of how people pay attention and the way those configurations necessarily fall into one like skewed stack of those things, right? Like nobody's just as people are right-handed or left-handed and not half and half, so too there's nobody who's got their personality be I'm equally mediocre at every possible way of paying attention. That never happens. And the reason it never happens is explained adequately in the model too. The thing is, when we're talking about the stuff I'm talking about, the way I talk about it, you don't need to, in order to understand its validity, you don't need to appeal to science even. You just say, well, what Eric's saying is definitionally consistent within itself and observationally consistent with the outside world. Therefore, it validates for what it is, pending it being rebutted or getting a better explanation. What sometimes people forget about science is the world's attempt to be rigorous about argumentation. If you're saying that my explication of cognitive functions isn't argumentationally rigorous, then you're just wrong. And most importantly, it's hard to deny that people have a personality, as if we define it operationally. Like we point out that there are aspects of the self that remain the same throughout a person's entire life. My daughter Delilah was still Delilah, a little girl, as she is today, even though she was much younger. It's clear it's the same person, that she has the same tendencies towards Mia and tendencies away from Mia. Also, it's pretty clear that it's never the case that Rachel and I wake up one day and she has my personality and I have hers. Because, in fact, personality doesn't change over the course of a person's life. And that's definitionally. So you might say, but there are plenty of things about people that do change over the course of their life. Well, then definitionally, those things are not part of their personality. So it's important we define things so that we can use them like that. Because if we don't define them so that we can use them, we're not ending up saying anything. Anyway, if you were going to make a general rule about indicators of high/front stack TI versus low/back stack TI, then one thing you might point to would be the kind of definition that a person likes to use when called upon to define something. So, he actually did also, there's another instance when he correctly said I was begging the question, except it was, if I had been saying what I was saying as an argument, I would have been begging the question. I had a slip of tongue and referred to it as the magical thinking frame, which I tried not to do throughout the whole thing, but and he thought I was making an argument that you can't rationally justify God because it's a magical thinking frame, which would indeed just be two different ways of saying the same thing. I wasn't making that argument, but he did correctly indicate that yeah, he did correctly identify an instance of begging the question. If I had been making that as an argument, which I wasn't. My point was instead that you don't need to have rational justifications for your religious beliefs, and they work the same regardless. But so definitions, what kind of definitions one prefers might correlate with TI. The idea being that definitions that allow you to draw distinctions in a meaningful way are TI style, and definitions that dissimulate and or increase vagueness are going to be non-TI definitions. So, like, defining faith as loyalty, trust, and confidence is making it such that you're defining it in a way that you're not trying to draw distinctions between things that are examples of faith and things that are not examples of faith. Because, like, by my definition, the amount of faith one has to have in something is proportional to the absence of evidence. So, like, your cat's been gone a week and a half, and you say, I'm not giving up yet. I have faith that he's going to be back. Well, in that case, what you're saying is, I don't need to have any reasons to think the pet cat's going to come back. I just feel it in my heart or something. But you might have some kind of reason, like, well, the cat's been gone for a few days in the past and always come back. This is longer than ever before, etc. Right? I'm doing fine, Walter Frosch. How about yourself? Yeah, this is about the conversation last night. Well, it's about more specifically the status of his TI, because he asked on at least two separate places on two separate occasions, and maybe it was three, whether I thought he had. It's, oh, what do you think? A lot of TI, huh? Kind of like that kind of question. And my response to him was, well, I don't want to draw conclusions about your TI without actually testing it. And I still feel that way. But it did make me think about the question, well, if you were going to point to things that might correlate with it without it being tested directly, what kind of things correlate with it? Well, one kind of thing that correlates with it is wanting definitions to allow a person to do a certain amount of work. So like for him, anything that I had trust in, confidence in, and loyalty towards, I guess, was equally an example of faith. He defined it like that, but um, the thing is, we're trying to distinguish between a justified belief and an unjustified belief. Faith, defined the way I defined it, is useful in making that determination because we then have a term that means believing in something that's not justified. Does that seem pretty adept? I could hardly hear him make him out. Well, um, like I said, I don't know what type he is. He apparently thinks he's an INTP. Um, wanted to know my thoughts about his TI, and it got me thinking about ways to ways that might things that might be indicative of TI being in a certain place that aren't actually direct test results. It's never going to be the case that it's preferable to use any of these things over direct test results, but in some ways he seemed to, I guess, do an okay job. Other ways, not so much. Regardless, like just being wrong and not having the best arguments and me not making much progress on either front in your ontology, well, that's common to pretty much everybody, no matter how TI they are. But I will point out that just like the day before, maybe earlier that day, I guess it was the day before, it might have been earlier that day, I typed an actual INTP and I did not, and we sort of incidentally, not as part of really the typing session, just because NTP's talking, we started talking about dark matter and dark energy and what was wrong with the justifications of people making claims like that. And he actually knew he was better able to critique their justifications than I was because he knew the specific experiment that um, from which much of the specific experiments from which much of the positing about dark matter and dark energy respectively emerged. Anyway, like I guess if you're going to judge somebody's TI based on things that aren't determinate, that aren't direct tests like that of like a syllogistic reasoning test, you'd want to judge it on like and the other person talking about what's wrong with something's reasoning rather than trying to make an affirmation. Remember when playing a game with Eric, he mentioned something that INFP's picking up on game rules or something of that nature. Well, yeah, occasionally when I was asked earlier who has the best backside TI, I didn't say INTJ or ENTJ or ESTJ. I said INFP. INTJ might be a better answer, but the point that I was making though is it's only the best if you're evaluating it on what tests best because INFPs are going to test quite well on TI test questions. That doesn't necessarily mean they're going to be fair, for example, or it doesn't necessarily mean that they are going to do a good job of negating other people's wrongness. I don't know if it is eighth slot TI. You can't really know that. I've got a TI polar test. It's pretty reliable. Also, you can usually say one or two, seven, or something else, and that's all you can do. I cannot get as precise as eighth slot. And the 1 and 2 or 7, that has to do with speed of answering, ease of answering, general comfort. So it's kind of like things I can intuit about rather than things I can have you could replicate exactly checking for it. I'm pretty sure I'm 9TA, but feel my TI is quite good. I suck at those genealogy questions though, so maybe not amazing. Was the guy a regular in the chat, like even if it sounds like he had fairly recently come across the channel, but I mean, it has to be relatively recently because he thought I was an atheist. I have some more on what questions Chomsky's research is based. If I can spam some, sure, yeah, go ahead and put whatever. I mean, the thing is, what I was asking you is what questions does his explanation answer? Which not, which hopefully that's what you're going to provide. But because if I'm going to successfully critique it optimally, then I'm going to, I should optimally critique it, then I'm going to know what it is he's trying to do. One thing that I will say is that in the past, there have been various people who end up talking to me, either on stream or on the phone, like that guy did. I would say that the type that most often ends up making that happen, as it did last night, is ESFP. Most of the time when I talk to somebody, it turns out they're ESFP. But that doesn't mean that's a good reason to think he is. To what extent is the language faculty determined by these? I was going to see what it says. Minimalist program. Principles and parameters framework. Problem for the biological sciences that is already far from trivial. How can a system such as human language arise in the mind brain? You mean in the moment or as a capacity of humans overall? If you mean as a capacity of humans overall, well, that's a cosmological question, and there is no answer to that. It's either people either say creationism or evolution or something else. Hi, Jonathan Carpenter. Chomsky's work is motivated by two related questions. One, what are the general conditions that the human language faculty should be expected to satisfy? Should be expected by whom, under what context? That's a ridiculous thing to say, right? Like, what does he mean by should be expected to satisfy? Like, we can describe language and keep people's ability to use language in terms of explaining the limited ways in which they can convey information and the different ways in which they can use words, either to express themselves, to convey information. I don't have a good SE polar test. I just ask people about their relationship with getting stuff done, basically. To what extent is the language faculty determined by these conditions? I mean, determined in what way? People are born as language using creatures, which is something I think Chomsky agrees with, right? The idea that one's language faculty is determined by something other than being human is incorrect. If you mean the faculty to use language in general, if you mean to what extent is a person's deafness with language or ineptitude with language determined um, by the general conditions that the faculty should be expected to satisfy, Well, I mean, well, it's not just speed. It's also comfort with it, and and other things that I intuit about, like whether they check to see if I really meant what I said and were right. That would be an indication, possibly of TI-1, 2. Things that I can't test directly for, like ways in which they might correct themselves during natural uses of language. For example, changing the word uh, most to many. Most of those, well, many of those, that's usually indicative of TI higher up. In general, correcting themselves to be correct when it doesn't really matter is also indicative of TI. Yeah, he does believe we're born with the capacity to learn languages. General conditions of conceptual naturalness that have some independent plausibility, namely simplicity, economy, symmetry, non-redundancy, and the like. Okay, well, you can describe qualities of a language, and you may even be able to describe, you may even be able to note that all these various qualities are universal to all natural human languages. But I still don't understand what question is he trying to answer really? Like, um, those aren't conditions imposed on language by virtue. Oh, I see. No, I was looking at the wrong part. So, to what extent is the language faculty determined by those conditions without a special structure, which has two aspects? What conditions are imposed on the language faculty by virtue of its place within an array of cognitive systems of the mind and brain? I mean, wouldn't you have to be able to map the totality of those cognitive systems? Does he know what he means by cognitive systems? I'm not sure. I doubt it. Um, B, general considerations of conceptual naturalness that have some independent plausibility, namely simplicity, economy, symmetry, non-redundancy, and the like. Okay, so the idea that the thing he's saying should be consistent with observations about language, I totally agree with that. There's no problem there. It should be his his explanations should emerge intuitively from observations. But the thing is, like, making observations about things that are universal to all human languages, such as um, infinite recursion, is something that Chomsky claims is universal to all human languages. And there's some debate as to whether it really is universal. Maybe this language here maybe doesn't. This Amazonian tribe's language maybe doesn't have uh, infinite recursiveness. Well, I mean, let's say he's right and it is universally the case in all human languages. So what? So what? Like, that's one of the features of language. Okay. Question is why are the languages so different from each other in terms of syntax, yet any human is capable of learning any language? He wanted a model of languages that could account for all languages. Okay, well, that's fine, but um, that's not really, I mean, it's weird that he thought I was a linguist, right? Because I get that one of the things one can do in linguistics, in like a linguistics class, is the professor will guide you through the process of making your own language that does all the things a language does, right? But regardless of uh, syntax, etc., all people need language to do certain kinds of things if it's going to be um, if it's going to be adequate for communication. Accordingly, natural language is not adequate for communicating complex math relationships. Ergo, we have a second language for that that's specific to quantities. Sure, we could, in theory, do it in natural language, but it's a very cumbersome language in which to do what we're doing with that language, right? In words rather than numbers. He kind of says, linguistics is a new field, so unless there are any methodological problems that would apply to physics and chemistry, those kind of problems shouldn't bother him in linguistics. No, I mean, I respect the idea of doing intellectual work of the sort that he's doing, right? Like, here's some observations, and these are accurate descriptions of an abstract reality. I think that's a fine way to do real work. And he may make some interesting observations about universalities between different kinds of human languages and how that informs us about the kinds of things that language does, either mechanically, like it allows recursion, or um, or just observations like a complete language will, in order to convey all all conceivable relationships with the past and future and tenses, you need to have at least 6 tenses with, in English, 2 forms and 2 whatever. So the thing is, I don't know exactly what the comprehensive way of engaging all past and futures in tenses is, but I do know what's comprehensive in English. So pretending that that's actually comprehensive of all possible tenses, which it might be, I haven't thought about it before, then you could say that either every human language has enough flexibility that all human languages can convey all tense relationships, or you might say that that every language must have a way of conveying the information that the tense might convey, regardless of whether it's conveyed in the verb. A variety of different things, right? You could say about that. And that's all well and good. But in that case, I guess he's just describing things about language. He's not really trying to explain anything. So okay, well, even if all languages don't have the same tenses, it is possible that there's a single answer for established with somebody having done a lot of thinking about it and looking in various places, that there is a finite number of the maximum number of tenses you need to guarantee you can convey every one of the relationships of the past. Like, in English, you've got present tense, which is for usually not for referring to like I smoke a cigarette now. It's usually like I smoke cigarettes in general. That's how we use present tense. So present tense carries both of those tense meanings. And we have past tense that carries only one tense meaning. I smoked. We've got future, I will smoke. Present perfect, I have smoked. Past perfect, I had smoked. And future perfect, I will have smoked. And then, of course, you've got progressive, intensive, and then you've got passive voice and active voice forms. So, well, like just starting to think about it a little bit right there reveals that, okay, well, present tense in English, I've never actually thought about this before, but like the total number of possible relationships expressed by a tense, that in English, present tense conveys two distinct tense relationships. One of them being like, ha ha ha, I laugh. That means that's actual, like, I laugh right now. Uh, but it's usually used to mean, yeah, I smoke cigarettes is present tense, but it means I identify as a smoker. It's something I do regularly. So what are all the possible tense relationships? Is there a total number of possible tense relationships, or is there some kind of recursivity in there? It's an interesting question that one might have a correct or incorrect answer to. He makes a point about the only word that has any close equivalence in scientific terms is water, but even water could mean drinking a glass of water with a bunch of impurities or of heavy water. Well, yeah, I mean, words can mean any number of things all the time. But the point is that you can that's why it's important to define them operationally so that you say, here's the distinction I'm drawing when I use this term. And you can use this term to draw the same distinction with equivalent objects of analysis. Um, I mean, I'm not gonna I'm not gonna make draw conclusions or make statements about his cognitive function stack without actually testing it directly. I was talking before you got here and before you asked me that about things that might be indicative of high or low TI um, that aren't definitive. So we could point to things that indicate one way or the other uh, for people in general, but there's no reason to speculate in the absence of testing the function because I can't defend any claims I might make without testing it. Not defend them successfully anyway. Because I'd be subject immediately to the argument, well, don't you think you should actually do a direct test of it before you draw conclusions? And all I could say was, yeah, I do think that. Thank you, but it's safe. Don't know how I would get hurt. What are you going to get hurt doing? Oh, creatine? You doing creatine? You railing up some crease? Like one thing that might be revelatory about um, whether or not he has TI high up, he sent me a link to the person from whom he got this so-called proof. If I were to watch that video and the proof that the guy is saying is lucid and clear, and the proof that last night's guy was saying is indicative that he didn't understand what the first guy was saying, then that might be indicative of low TI. What do you think of the concept of someone using an AI to argue, but they pass it off as their own mind? Uh, I just think I can't imagine anything more futile because after all, you don't get to be right because someone else can explain why you're right. If you are correct to affirm what you're affirming, then you understand why you're affirming it and can articulate it yourself. If you don't understand why you're affirming it, cannot articulate the actual reasoning behind the thing, but say, well, if you listen to this guy explain it, then you, like me, would understand why he's right. I would say, in fact, you do not understand why he's right, even if he is right, because if you did understand, you'd be able to explain it. I think in general also a preference for dissembling is as consistently indicative a correlate of countervalued or maybe blind spot, but TI, because if you're providing definitions that can't be used against you in any way, then you're you're not uh, you're not doing any work. So I was making the argument that one of the arguments I made was that you can't prove God, because if you proved God, then you wouldn't need to have any faith to believe in it. And obviously, God stuff is faith stuff. Well, his position was no, faith is not belief despite the absence of a rational justification that withstands argumentational scrutiny. His definition of faith is loyalty, trust, and confidence. Okay, but then how is my believing in believing that I took the trash out because I remember taking the trash out any kind of in any way epistemically different from believing in God? He would say it's not epistemically different of believing in God. But the point I would be making is that is that people of faith, let's say you get two people from the Christian Orthodox Church together. It doesn't matter at all to you as one member that the other person who's a member doesn't have the same rational justifications for believing in God that you do. You think you're both right, and that's fine. Um, but, and in fact, you'd say, well, in no way does this person's relationship with God, is it somehow impugned by the fact that that person's not using rational justifications for their belief in God. So the thing is, for normal stuff, the reason it matters whether somebody's right for the right reasons is because you have to establish that they're right. You can't just know it if you're going to do anything predicated on that idea. Like, I'm right that if we make this bridge out of bamboo, that bamboo can withstand tons of weight as a flooring. I'm right about that. Well, if I say, well, I know I'm right, And yes, it's still the case that I have faith in it because I have trust, I'm loyal to the idea, and I have confidence. Okay, that's great. But instead of just using our faith to decide whether, in fact, bamboo is a good building material for the bridge, why don't we do some tests first? Because we're going to predicate an actual course of action on this that requires you to be right. If, in fact, you and your confidence, trust, and uh, and loyalty to the idea are wrong, then some car is going to fall through the bridge and into the river below. In contrast with God stuff, we don't have ideas that are predicated, like decisions that are predicated on that being true, that could, in fact, falsify through failure in the way that a bridge could, right? Like, um, it might be the case that people go to go to confession to tell their sins so that they get forgiven of them on the premise that that'll come in handy when they die because then those sins that won't bother them at the dead people disbursement center. um, they may predicate their decision, their action on that, but there's no possibility for it to falsify until after they're dead, and that means it can't falsify for any of the rest of us, right? So accordingly, it doesn't matter if you have a rational explanation that you use to believe in God, or if you don't, because you can both be equally right as long as you agree on the fact that God and Jesus, you're both equally right. It doesn't matter if the person has totally different reasons for believing than you do, and you both have equally valid relationships with God because those things are those things represent subjective data that can't be accessed by third parties. So, the point would be, look, um, obviously, nobody who believes in God because a uh, an argument in favor of existentiality was convincing argumentationally against against adversarial scrutiny through a disinterested frame, right? There's no way anybody believes in God because of that. Like it, let's say that you didn't believe in God for some atheist arguments, and you were actually making decisions based on the strength of the argumentation, like I do. Hi, Abdullah. Well, then you would never be convinced by that guy, by Jay Dyer's argument there, as it seems to be the central warrant of it seems to be that without God, you can't ever make true statements, have true knowledge about anything, because um, I don't know what comes after the because. I'm not sure. Regardless, there there's no reason to believe that just because we understand things that we attend to as having identities, that the identity must already be in place, implicit to the thing outside of human observation, in order for human observation to observe the thing correctly. Well, that's misunderstanding the nature of observation. Observation is as much a creative act as it is a descriptive one. Like one lady might be grandma to that person, That might be her identity to that person. She might be mom to that person. She might be wife to that person. She might be teacher to that person. She might be, people will all understand her identity as linking to their their engagements with her, right? And to the extent that they understand her identity as something separate from that, well, they're doing so for some kind of they're doing so in some kind of context. Do you think the Somalis have to go? Go from where? I find the most sharp when I was manic, but I was also super out there and disconnected from reality. It's like being in cars going real fast. Yeah, you're covering a lot of ground, but you are swerving a lot. Well, I feel that way too. Like yesterday, I felt that way. I felt like I was super like speedy during my doctor's appointment, like talking fast, covering a lot of ground fast. In part because it was a 15-minute long appointment, so I wanted to cover the ground I wanted to cover. And I also felt like that somewhat in the conversation last night. Like, okay, once again, Eric said, let's put off making decisions about what to do till after we take Adderall. He took the Adderall and now he's off the rails again, doing whatever, being dragged in whatever direction the universe drags him in. Like a little baby. So I feel that way sometimes too, psychic guilt. It's important for me that I don't hit it too hard, or else I'll have a lot of regrets and stuff afterwards. Constant epiphanies. I think many seem to believe that there's an empirical basis, a need to prove something, but none of it needs to be proved empirically. It could all just be definitionally interpretation based. Well, that's true. You don't need to prove. I mean, things that are meaningful bits of intellectual work can be originally done via thought experiments and just general brilliance, right? Like Einstein's relativity work is predicated on thought experiment level observations that reveal uh, reveal the necessity of inertial inertial observers. In other words, having the inertia of the observers and the observed taken into reference in order to say things about something that's in a different inertial frame of reference for each party. Well, yeah. Um, as Jordan Peterson says, belief is something you died for, or something along those lines. But that's one meaning of the word belief. Sure, people. I would say ideologues are people are who treat their beliefs as something to have faith in, right? Rather than thinking they need to win the argument to sustain their position. They think that their position's right and they just need to make more arguments. But uh, ultimately, it's incorrect for us to care too much about drawing distinctions between things we know, things we determine, things we believe, because really we can get rid of those kind of vagaries by simply saying things we affirm, things we negate, things we assert, things we claim. Um, Justifications we use once if we're justifying a past action, things like that, right? Those are actual meaningful things to say because they're they're not reliant on some kind of weird metaphor stuff. And you see that all the time, constantly, all the time. People doing things where they try to avoid the the implications of using like an agent verb object kind of language by using passive voice or by just reifying things. Like uh, those statements create contradiction. No, a person points out that that statement contradicts another one, right? And if I'm trying to point out that you're pretending as though the statuses and whatnot implicit to discursive events exist in some universe without those discursive events. And then, yeah, but, yeah, but. They didn't even say yeah, but. They just, it's like, listen, if anybody makes an argument of some kind, like, um, oranges are the best, most healthy fruit because they have a higher percentage of vitamin C than any other fruit. And then I point out, I look it up. When actually grapefruits have more vitamin C per fluid ounce than any other fruit. And they go, yeah, but oranges are the best fruit for you because of some other reason. Like that shit drives me fucking crazy. If your reasoning for oranges being the most healthy fruit was that they have the most vitamin C, and I correct that that's factually wrong, in fact, grapefruits have more vitamin C, then, then the correct thing to do, the only decent human thing to do is to say, oh, I guess I'm wrong about that, or I need to go back to the lab and revisit the subject because that's why I thought oranges were the most healthy, and now it turns out that was false. The guy who found out the earth was round was persecuted. Like curious green ideas sleep furiously has the same structure as revolutionary ideas appear infrequently, but one is meaningless and the other means something. I mean, the thing is, the the first could mean something as well if we define the terms to mean something other than their conventional definitions. When we remember that definition is something we assign to something so that it can do a certain job, and that we don't have to do that assigning expressly when we're using words that everybody knows the meaning of or agrees about the meaning of them. Like, for example, uh, everybody much more agrees about the meaning of the word paper towels than about the meaning of the word justice. These are paper towels. Depending on who you ask, you're going to get all kinds of various ideas about what justice means. So, in instances where we're talking about justice, we're much more likely to have people actually define it. Whereas if we're talking about paper towels, not. So all that informs us. The only way that informs us, this whole thing, is to note that if you purposefully use words whose conventional understanding definitions, uh, when put together, they don't convey information, then you can have a sentence that's grammatically sensible, but not syntactically sensible. Solely frozen water. Yep, that's the Winter Olympics. If your water in liquid form, get the funk out the Winter Olympics. Like, it is the case that there are a certain number of distinct ways in which words relate to one another in a sentence um, that we call their part of speech. Like, there are words that uh, modify nouns. We call those adjectives. There are words that modify adjectives, and verbs. We call those adverbs. I mean, adjectives, adverbs, and verbs. We call those adverbs. There are things that function as subjects, things that function as objects. We call those things nouns. So, and it is the case that any word can be used as a different part of speech than what it conventionally is in any sentence. So, if pretty is normally an adjective, but if I say the name of my bird is pretty, then it's a noun. In that case, it's a predicate noun renaming the subject. So when you properly understand grammar, you always talk about what words are doing in a sentence, and sentences that don't convey any information because they're exercising purposefully uh, exclusive diction, like the sentence you gave as an example. You're talking about subcategories of adverbs. What if grapefruit has more C but oranges are more digestible, so net C is higher? Is that TI or TE? Well, if you were to follow up what I said, grapefruit. If we started with me going, oranges aren't the most healthy because grapefruits have more vitamin C, you'd say, well, they do have more vitamin C, but we have to factor in this other thing, and these two combined uh, or make oranges more advantageous than this one thing that grapefruit just has. Then that would be TI. If, in fact, you started with oranges are the most healthy because they have the most vitamin C, and I rebutted it with grapefruits have more vitamin C, and you responded by saying, well, they do have more vitamin C, but they don't have as good digestibility. Then I would say, but you just said that oranges have the most vitamin C. So in that case, I would suggest that that's indicative of poor TI if you're contradicting yourself in the next breath, you know? Well, I have no idea about the vitamin C. I was just using random things as examples. So the question of whether that goes INTP, well, obviously I can't know without typing them. And there were a couple things where I noted he made the correct objection in a couple spots. That wasn't a typing session though, poor guy. That was another example of Eric banging his head against the wall, making zero progress, and for some reason expecting things to be different. Did you see a roach on the floor? Me? Did I see? No, there's no roaches around here.
I love you.
I love you too. Making use of external merge would mean blocking internal merge, which is basically free for the taking, so that would be the difficulty there, blocking something that is free. What's external merge and internal merge? What are we talking about? All right, let me see here. External merge would involve, what does external merge, internal merge stuff come out? Oh, here. Something else interesting about internal versus external merge. Oh, I missed all this stuff here. Let's see if we start back one further than that. No, starts there. Internal versus external merge. Our internal merge is like merging a part of a phrase to itself, like read the book. Book, read the book. An external merge would involve W/E underlies man and WE underlies tall, which involves all the lexicon and workspace to come up with tall man. With everything, I see. With everything that underlies man, with everything that understands underlies tall. Right. Well, I mean, the thing is, it is the case that for words that have vague meanings like that, like tall, if you wanted to be all like legalistic, you say, well, tall compared to whom or something like that, right? Or what comprises tall. So we have lots of terms like that that we more or less only understand holistically, that we don't typically ever think to define because we don't need an operationalized definition for it because we're using those kind of language for something else, right? So it is the case that if I'm saying, "Oh my God, that movie was so boring," then I'm I'm referencing something external that comprises a movie, but it could be, but we don't know the venue. It's not necessarily the movie theater. It could be a movie I saw on TV. We assume it's something between an hour and 15 minutes and 3 hours long, feature film length, etc. There's a lot of stuff that anybody could say about their existing understandings of the term movie, right? And there are some things people could say about, well, since you said movie, it must have been an episodic TV show. Well, that would be wrong, right? It must have been Friends you were watching, a sitcom. No, because it's a movie. It means it's definitely not that by the conventional definition of the term, right? Boring is even, but is you're just as unlikely to define it, but it's much less definable if you were to try, right? Because it refers to some holistic combination of things that make something boring. It's not just one single thing. It's not determinate, etc. But there are other ways that people use words which are very different than that. Like if you're using words well in a conversation about like where you're debating somebody about something, then you're not relying at all on all of their pre-understandings of what goes into that word as it's conventionally used. You're saying, I'm using this word faith to draw a distinction between things that you have determined, for example, to have a status of true and therefore believe them, versus things that you believe in despite not having a set of justifications that withstand scrutiny. So essentially, I'm saying the difference between faith, determination, knowledge, those are all in the same category of thing, epistemics, that link to, in their colloquial usage, to degree of confidence. But in my usage, it's going to allow us to draw distinctions between things that, context in which you need to actually have an explanation for something and justify it to the satisfaction of others and what that would look like, and things where you don't need to in order to have an effective relationship with a set of ideas. And additionally, I'm going to point out that if we were to use the word faith colloquially to mean to draw the distinction I'm drawing, then none of these stupid religious arguments would ever happen, because people of faith would understand that um, that if God wanted to prove his existence to you, he would do a much better job than any of the reasoning I've ever heard from anybody, right? If he wanted to make himself provable and rationally the only choice of cosmology, then surely he would have, he could give us ample kinds of uh, empirics that actually do substantiate, right? Regardless, the point is, when you're using words to do something specifically, in other words, to empower both you and other people to draw the same distinction and to be sure that you are referring to the same aspect of a thing when you're using the same term. That is what Chomsky is apparently pointing to there, being that if you say those clowns need to get out of town, that you're assuming that you're not going to need to define all those terms for the other person to understand what you're saying. That's not informative about language at all, right? Like, yeah, we both mean approximately the same thing when we use certain kinds of words where being precise in what exact aspect of the thing we're referring to isn't necessary. Depending on, we need to always bring it back to that. What are people doing? When they're talking, what are they doing? And when we talk about, well, these things are implicit to a language, well, before you even get to questions about what's implicit to a language, remember that what's a precondition to language is a person using it. For one of a number of possible reasons. Like, one could very easily say, Eric, you're doing a terrible job of using language because it's benefiting you not at all. You're making no meaningful changes to the world or having any impacts at all. It's not a good way to get people to agree with you, to argue with them the way you're arguing with them. You're just projecting your frame of reference, etc. He thinks John is a genius. The word he can only refer to John. No. He thinks John is a genius. The antecedent is obviously an unwritten question, unwritten sentence before that, right? That he thinks John is a genius has to refer to somebody other than John, or it's a poorly written sentence that's confusing. Oh, right, okay, yeah. But indeed, it could even be John saying that. He thinks John's a genius. He just has a weird, dumb way of talking about himself in the third person. And both the he and John both refer to him himself saying the sentence. And so it should be, I think I'm a genius, but that's not the way he chose to say it, right? So remembering that people can use language wrong and still be understood correctly is important. If you tell me to fuck me out, okay, well, now I'm back. I can't, chat's moving too fast, so it goes down below the thing before I get a chance to read it. Like, if I were a non-native speaker of English and I said, um, Like sometimes Chinese parents will use the wrong gender pronoun for their kids because I guess it's not a distinction they make in that kind of pronoun usage, like third person singular. It doesn't distinguish it from it in Chinese, I guess. So you'll hear a mother referring to a child of hers as she, even though he's a boy. But she might have two kids, might have a boy and a girl, and so he might assume she's referring to the girl, if she's referring to the boy. But the reason she's making that mistake is because she's not accustomed to drawing that distinction in that context. And in other languages, it might not even be a mistake, right? Like in Chinese, maybe it's not a mistake because that's not a mistake you could make even. Or in like Japanese, you can put words in more or less any order except for like mas, the verb basically. It says whether you're doing it or something else is doing it. In English, that might totally confuse things. The dog bit Joe is a very different sentence than Joe bit the dog in English, but it may be the same in Japanese, and you have to determine that sort of stuff contextually. And he thinks John is a genius. He could refer to John if John is the only person in the world, or if John was referred to in a previous phrase, or if John just has an odd way of talking about himself in the third person. Eric knows what's up. Eric thinks he's a genius. Who's Eric? Me. And the thing about antecedents to pronouns is people get it wrong all the time, but we can figure out what they mean anyway. Typically, when they get an antecedent wrong, it's called by English teachers a misplaced modifier for some reason, but they shouldn't call it that. The most common problem, though, is like, let's say you've got two males in a previous sentence and you use he in this sentence. It's not clear which of them it's referring to. So the most common problem is one of ambiguity. What function is more used in chess? I mean, I'm not sure exactly. I suspect it's NITE, but NITI might also be fine. NETI is not a good function stack for chess, I don't think. Because to play chess successfully, you're supposed to sort of follow some heuristics. Control the middle, move out your mias, Whereas, I'm likely to play chess by going, okay, well, if I go there, then he goes there, then I go here. Wait, if I go there, and that's kind of a bad way to play chess. Then the example goes on to, he thinks the average man is a genius. The average man thinks he's a genius. Well, I mean, yeah, those are different sentences in English. And you could say, like, if somebody were to say to you, he thinks the average man is a genius, you'd probably conclude that he's making some sort of observation about the significance of commonplace smarts, something like that. Many functions are involved in chess. Now, hearing it discussed, it will be approached differently by different people. Yeah. All I know is that I'm not particularly good at it. Well, yeah, the average man. So you could say that the person's making a category error there when he says that I think the average man is a genius, because after all, if the average man isn't a specific person and you're saying a genius, but instead we wouldn't interpret it like that. We'd interpret it as meaning, oh, he must be making a commentary about how the commonplace efficacies and efficiencies of people, of random normal people, is impressive and worthy of praise in some regard. It brings good health's own rewards. So the thing is, it might be structurally equivalent, but it's not grammatically equivalent. So the thing is, if you have a sentence that says, there's the way you win the cheese, that's grammatically equivalent to, it's properly understood grammatically as saying, the way to win the cheese is there, and there's an adverb. There are lots of examples like that where, for example, if you have an elliptical adverb clause, you might say, she is smarter than I. The reason it's I, the nominative case, instead of me, is because there's the implied rest of the clause. She is smarter than I am smart. And you put it in parentheses when you sentence diagram it. So, like, we have different kind of ways to say the same thing, some of which have expletives, like to be or not to be. That is the question. That in that sentence isn't doing anything grammatically. The sentence is just grammatically is just to be or not to be is the question, and to be or not to be would be in quotes, working as the subject. Question is predicate noun, renaming the subject, following the linking verb is. But that, if you were going to sentence diagram it, you just sentence diagram it off to the side by itself because it's not doing anything grammatically. So the thing I'm wondering though is, how did Noam Chomsky get so respected when he's not making, nothing he says here is insightful or even really informative at all. It's just pretty self-evident observations about language doing this and that. I don't understand who read that stuff and said, oh, this guy's really smart. Like, we've already, grammar school teachers have taught for generations sentence diagramming that explains how that we have to turn around certain sentences to understand what they're doing grammatically, because English allows us to invert them sometimes. Like, I will go, said the man, or the man said I will go. Either one is fine, but man is the subject regardless. And if you're going to sentence diagram it, you diagram it in where the subject goes, even though it's at the end of the sentence in one time and at the beginning of the other time. Yeah. But Chomsky's not the only person that makes me shake my fucking head. These various people in the world who get elevated to the status of like pundit or intellectual doing, who's smart and has good insight and stuff. It's shocking all the time. Like, I get why Jordan Peterson became so huge, and that had a lot to do with being at the flashpoint of culture war kerfuffle. And so, and he was correct in his explication regarding that specific issue when he back when he was working as a professor. And so, people who already were interested for the wrong reasons because they're culture warriors uh, elevated him. Other people like Noam Chomsky, who knows why people think he's an intellectual worth listening to. To do it internally, a linguist would create domain D with syntactic objects D1 John, D2 average man, and relation R, which is assigned the property of reference. Okay, well, I mean, so I don't understand why they're coming up with something like relation R when we already have terms for that. He's either the object, the subject, the indirect object. That'll tell us the relation, right? The direct object is the thing that the subject is doing the action to. Indirect object is used for only certain verbs, like I gave John the ball, right? The argument was flawed, or there was a flaw in the argument. I mean, in both cases, you see a usage of a be verb where ideally we wouldn't see that. It would you instead say something like, "You said blah 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 blah," and that's wrong because, and you articulate why. You know, yeah, there's passive voice. Um, I mean, it's actually not passive voice. It's in either instance. Passive voice would be like the boy was kicked. But neither of them are passive. But the argument was removed. Okay, again, the problem is straightforward, right? It's one of English prime giving us the answers. When we stop using be verbs to avoid agent specificity, those things become resolved no problems. Instead of saying the argument was removed, you say Joe removed the argument from his flow. I still have it on mine. He instructed the judge to cross it off on the judge's flow. We don't know what the judge did. There was a flaw in the argument and it was removed. With the argument was flawed and it was removed. Those aren't logically different, right? You can have the ands that like P and Q. You have Q and P, P and Q. They're exactly the same thing logically. But Noam's point is that the elements in domain D, the argument don't waste mental energy deciding what to eat or where. In one case, there was a flaw and it was removed, makes sense. No, Noam Chomsky is obviously being an idiot here because the thing is not the same word as therefore. In fact, there was an argument and it was removed, a flaw in the argument and it was removed. We might infer that it was removed because of the flaw and that the second action followed from discovering the first, right? But in actuality, logically, P and Q is exactly the same as Q and P. In fact, in no way, shape, or form did the person say there was a flaw in the argument. I found that flaw and then removed the flaw or the argument because of the flaw. So if you're saying that in the first case there was a flaw in the argument and it was removed, it's not clear whether it was the flaw or the argument removed. That's true. In other words, the person did a poor job of using a pronoun there. And in the second case, the argument was flawed and it was removed. It's the same problem, right? It's if you assume the pronoun has an antecedent that's appropriate for the pronoun, and it can't have flawed as an antecedent, then that's fine. But yeah, it still does make sense because you would remove the entire argument if it was flawed. In the first case, it's ambiguous. It could refer to the argument or the flaw. In the second case, it's not ambiguous. It must refer to the argument. So this, he says, is evidence we're still working internal to the language system. What does that mean, working internal to the language system, as opposed to what? Like, what claim about language is he falsifying with this argument? My first real encounter with Noam Chomsky was this incredibly dumb movie he was behind that I saw back when I was in college that was basically this movie is supposed to alarm you about corporations' influence on newspapers. Y'all arguing about trivial stuff when the government literally has us convinced the earth is round. Well, I think you maybe have a problem with the agent you specify here. It could be the case that most of us are convinced that the government is round, that the earth is round, but I don't think it was the government that convinced us. IDK, the articulatory perceptual system. All right. Well, again, it's like for Noam Chomsky to do any work there with whatever he's talking about, he needs to either affirm or negate something, right? Like he could affirm something by saying, in the status quo, we understand things this way, but we should change our status quo understanding with this new affirmation I'm making. In that case, it should be exclusive of the other affirmation that he's responsive to, and it should be demonstrably preferable because instead of negating that other affirmation, he's making a new aff. Or it should be negating something specific, in which case we would know why he's saying things he's saying rather than just saying things. Sam Harris, is that you? Debater of everything present. The government can't do anything well. Do you really think they could trick the entire population about the shape and orientation of reality? I mean, I think Noam Chomsky's probably ENFP. That's what I think. TI polar. Because, like, you showed me now a good amount of Noam Chomsky stuff. Not a single thing has impressed me as intellectually robust. None of it. Because, again, if he's not affirming something because it represents a change in the status quo understanding, or if he's not negating a specific status quo understanding, then how are we supposed to know, like, how are we supposed to walk along with him and say, okay, I get why you're saying this and how it links to your central point, which is either an affirmation or a negation, because I understand you because you've articulated the thing, the status quo explanation you're replacing or the status quo thing that you're negating. with a failure to do that, and a failure to understand that that's a necessary precondition to doing intellectual work with words, he's just fucking around. He's just rolling in his own piss and going, look, I made it rain. No, you didn't. Are you really the debater of everything present? As soon as I save enough, I'm sailing to the edge of the earth. The government knew this and decided to cause inflation. Huh. Well, because they don't want you to get to the edge with your boat. Debater of everything present, I'm going to throw a curveball at you here. I don't think you're a good enough sailor to get there. Well, I think the government knows that. Now, sure, if you were to get, like, say, hijack a battleship or something, you might be able to get down there to the edge of the earth, but I see you more like the Mexican Navy. You have a wooden sailing ship, and you're not really sure what you're doing. I'm open to the moon landing was fake theory. However, the best I can get on board with is the pictures were fake. Says Ruben. Yeah, I'm not exactly on board in any sense with the moon landing was fake theory. I just use it as an example of something where um, if you want to be like dismissively contemptuous of something, it's reasonable to be dismissively contemptuous of flat Earth. It's not reasonable to be in the same way to be dismissively contemptuous of faked moon landing because it's conceptually much more feasible and sensible to imagine a world where a single event is faked rather than imagine a world where all of our explanations of, say, astronomical phenomena, the seasons, uh, eclipses, whatever, that to replace all of that stuff with, like, by virtue of negating existing justifications for around Earth, that's asking reality to be dramatically different than it is, you know? No, of course I don't think the Earth is flat. I live on a hill. At the very least, it's bumpy. I listened to a guy who was convinced the moon landing was faked. He said the pictures are faked, so that means they can't go to outer space. So that means it was all fake. Right. Well, I've asked this kind of questions before about to somebody who had skepticism about that kind of stuff. I said, well, okay, so do you believe in escape velocity? Is it conceivable that we could shoot something up with enough power that it would escape into outer space? And they didn't they didn't like that question, you know. I don't remember exactly. You see a rabbit and hear the word gavagwai and are asked, is or isn't that thing a rabbit? I would say, not being an expert on rabbits, I'd say, well, it certainly is rabbit-esque. Sounds to me like it might be a specific kind of rabbit called a gavagwai. Gavagai. So I would answer that looks like a rabbit, might be named a gavagai, and, you know, like red panda bears look kind of like white and black panda bears, but red panda bears aren't actually bears. So it's conceivable that I would interpret something as a rabbit that's actually some thing similar to a rabbit that's not a rabbit. I don't know. I haven't studied all the different rabbit-like things in the world. Of course, you don't really see a rabbit, you see a visual presentation. Right, but the question is or isn't that thing a rabbit means, is rabbit the word we normally use to describe things that look like that? Yeah. Okay, well, I might make the intellectual mistake of saying that because pandas are panda bears, red pandas must be bears too. And if somebody asked me if that red panda was a bear, I'd say, yeah, it's a bear. Pandas are bears after all. That's very conceivable. I could do that, right? That's the one experiment you're supposed to take. What experiment? Somebody shows you a rabbit and asks you if it's a rabbit, and you say, looks like a rabbit to me. What does that prove? If someone believes the moon landing was fake and also believes that it was in order to fake out the Soviet Union, it doesn't work for me because the Soviets and other countries were watching on telescopes. That's a good point. I don't believe the moon landing was faked. I I get the skepticism of people who say, I'm skeptical that we were able to um, like live stream from the moon in 1960 something. If people want to be skeptical of that, that seems a reasonable thing to be skeptical of. Whether you assent or dissent. About whether the thing in the picture is a rabbit. I mean, if somebody were to say, this thing's called a guavargue, gava guy, is it a rabbit? I would say, is gava kind of rabbit? The thing is, you can ask questions too, right? It's not like you just have to have one position on a given thing. Like, I think we're all open to the possibility that what appears to be one thing might be something else. Van Quine's argument goes like this: any visual interpretation that may be consistent with a rabbit, so there's no truth to the matter, so meaning is meaningless. That's ridiculous, because um, because there's always an attempt to do something, right? Like, let's say I'm telling you I saw a rabbit in the backyard just now, and you might be like, rabbits don't live around here. It must not have been a rabbit. And then I say, okay, well, let me prove my claim that I saw a rabbit. We go to the security footage from the backyard, and you see what appears to be a picture of the rabbit. That's going to be adequate for you as well. You might say, we can't know for sure that's a rabbit. It might be something, there's a species neither of us are familiar of that looks a lot like a rabbit that's actually different. And that would be fine degree of amount of uncertainty to put into the equation. But the point is, once you've seen the rabbit, we both agree that I saw it, because the reason you disagreed in the first place was because your claim was that rabbits didn't live here, not because we don't agree about what rabbits look like. Truth is a status we afford to statements and statements only, and we afford it. Um, we make the claim that a statement is true usually only when there's some disputing going on, right? Thing is, I might have seen only one piece of evidence, and it might or might not be sufficient to convince me that the claim is true, depending on, you know, what claim is being made, what kind of claim is being made, how significant is the risk that the one way of substantiating is being used to mislead, etc. But I don't need to know whether it's a rabbit against the background of a bush, or a stage in a rabbit's development, or anything else, to either agree with you or disagree with you that a picture is sufficient to substantiate your claim. when we remember that these sort of questions only emerge when they're in dispute, and that all questions can be resolved for the purpose of a specific dispute simply by attaining an agreement. The idea that somehow something is not fully true unless the truth exists outside the exchange of words is getting everything completely ass backwards. Truth only meaningfully, it, used rigorously, it draws a distinction about statements. It's a status you say that statement is false. It might be a claim to make that claim, in which case the person making the claim that it's true has the burden to affirm. They have to substantiate what they're saying. Otherwise, if it were the other way around, we'd have to believe everything, no matter how outrageous, until we could disprove it. Well, I mean, it is correct that humans use language to convey information and or express themselves almost always. It is the case also that sometimes I say random words in nonsense orders and or make up things that aren't words to say because babbling is a form of proto language use, right? Meaning only exists in a sentence, in a theory, or in a language. Well, I mean, it is the case that definitional kind of meaning, that is to say, information that's conveyed with words, that exists in sentence. I mean, does it exist in a theory? Well, theories convey information, which is made up of meaning, but it's like theories also exist in sentences. They're made up of sentences. Language is, when they're conveying meaning, they're doing so with sentences usually, or things that are essentially expletives, right? The philosopher leaped. In French, it means he fell in love. I mean, that's not French. That's English. The philosopher leaped. You're saying if you transliterated that into French, it would be an idiom, meaning that the philosopher fell in love? Hey, what? I mean, the philosopher leaped is English, and it means he jumped off of something. The fact that if you use the word lepeter in French, it means something different. I already know that French has different words for stuff. Yes, it's possible not just for one word to mean two different things in two different languages, but for it to mean two different things in the same language. In a theory, I guess it would mean he made a theoretical jump. The Japanese called dahlias Indian peonies. Even after new information about their origins and the fact that they're not Indians, they kept the name to preserve history. What do you think about this approach? I mean, I think there's an even better example of that. Like the way that things become terms of art and that changes their meaning is normal evolution of language. So English is the lingua franca. That's as nonsense a sentence as you could come up with. English is the French language, but only if you don't recognize that terms of art get treated as single words. So foreign policy is not the policy of foreign countries, it's U.S. policy towards foreign countries. I think it's fine that you can have a term of art for something. Now, granted, Indian peonies had nothing to do with a term of art. It's just they just had the wrong name for it. Lingua franca means the language of the Franco family. Those are all your good Chomsky leaves. Cheers. Thank you, Cloud Kicker. I appreciate you giving me these Chomsky things to poop on. Because I've long maintained that Chomsky should have nobody's respect whatsoever. And I'm glad to see everything I've been informed about him has just confirmed that. There's not been nothing that made me go, maybe I've underestimated the guy. Like, nobody should do that kind of work until they've already come to understand how it's done and demonstrated that they can do it properly in competition debate. Otherwise, they're just spuriously mewing and meowing without even knowing what they're trying to do, and it's just infuriating. Like Foucault. Get the fuck out of here, Foucault. You have no business writing philosophy. You're just a clusterfuck of like, wouldn't it be nice if things were like this? You know, the best way to achieve justice is to have all stakeholders in a given event attend a group hearing and have them all reach agreement about what the most just outcome is. I mean, the thing is, I would say no just outcome can ensue from you forcing me to be at this thing when I'm not even testifying. And the only reason you're subpoenaing me is because you think I have an interest in this matter. I have obviously much more of an interest in your insane fucking justice system that doesn't work because it's actually making unjust demands upon me, predicated on your overarching perception that somehow this kumbaya of conflicting interests is going to resolve the question. Like, what a fucking tard. Sometimes, in fact, most of the time, it is not the case that we get closer to what's best by compromising, right? Certainly, it's not the case that you're going to get like the victim of a crime and their family to agree with the perpetrator of the crime and his family what the most just outcome is. But Foucault doesn't care. He doesn't care that what he's saying doesn't make any sense. Is predicated on a fallacy of the middle ground that says somehow more people all agreeing on some diluted version of something is better. And it is contrary to the actual reality that plenty of times one person is entirely in the right and the other person entirely in the wrong. There's no need to negotiate a compromise solution. Justice demands that retributive justice be enforced upon the perpetrator in order to restore equilibrium to the victim. But, you know, people are fucking dumbass. It's ENFPs is what it is. Let's just go ahead and say it. ENFPs do this shit. Springer, ENFP. My guess. I've never typed him, obviously, but I read his insane philosophy paper purporting to establish a positive moral obligation to provide charity to distant others, provided those distant others are worse off than you. Insanely. Like if Springer were in charge of rescuing the guy stuck down at the bottom of the canyon, by the end of the day, entire squads of rescue teams would also be all stuck down at the bottom of the canyon. Look, we're more likely to go in there and help them, but we're just gonna get stuck down there too. Bah, 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 bah. I'm not hearing anything. I'm an idiot. And see, that's the fundamental problem behind that kind of idiocy is always the same thing. It's assumed that something that intrinsically can't be known definitively can be known, right? So they say, well, we need to do this so that the town doesn't get washed away by this hurricane in April. Well, how do you know it's going to be a hurricane in April? Look, you're missing the point. The point is that hurricane damage prevention is good. There's never been a hurricane here before. We know, we can tell when there's going to be a hurricane, okay? Just with our feelings. That's how these people are. Like, how do you know if some distant person is worse off than you? It's like they may not have quite as much money as you, but at what point does their neediness require you to give them money? And what point is it not needy enough? And if neediness requires you to give people money, then how do you decide who gets money first? Is it the most needy? What if there's a tie? According to Springer, you have to give all of your stuff away until everybody's equally poor. What kind of dumbass has these ideas? And I think he's probably, if he's still alive, still is proud of it because he feels like it doesn't really matter if this specific detail was garbage because the general sentiment of it is right. It's like, then if that's what your position is, then don't try to say you have good reasons for things. Just say, I like the general sentiment of this. And I recognize that I can't actually make arguments that are defensible, so I'm not going to bother trying. Can you imagine somebody like writing a paper explaining how square root of 2 is a rational number, and then their justifications are, we're rational beings, and math is an abstract symbol, and um, abstract symbols can't be irrational because, after all, we use our reason to come up with symbols. Just other garbage statements don't mean anything or factually false or whatever, right? This attempt to avoid drawing distinction, and then have somebody actually understand and say, well, we define rational and irrational numbers as meow and meow. Well, that's just black and white thinking. Listen, you're not getting it. You're trying to disenfranchise square root of 2. That's what makes argumentational work so fucking frustrating, because it's just the same sort of rigorous thing as math, but where people are not likely to try to be passionate advocates that the square root of 2 is actually a rational number. They are likely to be passionate about all kinds of other stuff that people argue about that is just as determinable as the square root of 2 question, but that they think is some other kind of thing. I don't know what they think it is. It's like, no, it's not that kind of thing, okay? If you wanted to say, like, what is a good way for me to engage God besides just believing? Oh well, use faith meaning it could also mean trust, and it could also mean loyalty and confidence. Oh cool. Are there any other ways, good ways of me to believe in God? Well, you could use your courage. In this case, by courage, I mean humility and you know, yeah, my point about God is that there's absolutely in no conceivable way can someone's relationship with God be better if they feel as though their belief in God's existence is justified by rational arguments. And additionally, that if it is justified by rational arguments, then it doesn't comprise faith in any functional definition of the word faith. And additionally, it's insane, ridiculous, to argue about the existence of something that neither party ever defines, not operationally anyway, and that if one were to define it operationally, one could reasonably complain that if you can operationally determine God by definition, then that while we don't have a good definition for God, that can't be it because there's no way that human argumentation could subsume God by any holistic definition of the thing. And additionally, if somebody's arguing for God's existence, I've never heard anybody do this. Here's how the world would be different if God didn't exist. So, for example, if we're going to deduce God's existence from just looking at the world, not looking at God directly, right? Um, then the things that are this way in the world, because God is here, would have to be different in the absence of God. If you can't come up with a universe in which God doesn't exist and observations, argumentation substantiates that, then you're not saying anything. Assuming believing in God comes purely from a frame of magical thinking, that what makes you personally believe in God besides that intuitive hunch? Well, I mean, the thing is, God is not a position statement. I don't advocate or argue the position that God exists, and I don't need to pray to God and have a behavior kind of relationship with God. So if I told you that I went jogging every day, you wouldn't say, well, if uh, if your desire to go jogging comes purely from your whim or mood, then what makes you think that jogging is a good thing to do? Well, I'm not saying I think it's a good thing to do. I'm just saying I go jogging in the morning when I feel like it. Yeah, I have my reasons why I like it, but I'm not trying to say that it's good for you to go jogging or that it's good in general. Why even believe in the all powerful God being when all these things happen in day to day world suffering pain? Why would it all? Well, I mean, the thing about suffering and evil in the world is that doesn't falsify God because uh, free will and I guess the existence of a certain amount of unpredictability in life might be values God wants to uphold, in which case the express meaning of upholding those values is to allow evil people to do evil things because they're to be moral agents they have to be able to conceivably make wicked choices. um I mean, it's not that crazy, Kevin. I think it's much more likely that some forms of life exist somewhere else in the universe. But if you if you're talking about intelligent life or advanced life, the thing is, we've never gotten any kind of indications that there are other technologically advanced life forms anywhere else out in the universe thus far. And even if the universe had such civilizations, the the time frames make it such that um, we'd have to like hit our blip in history where we're broadcasting a lot of radio signals and receiving them. The same blip in their history where they're broadcasting out radio signals and stuff like that. So it's actually quite unlikely that we'll ever encounter any other intelligent life in the universe. As far as life on other planets, well, if it's not intelligent, the thing is, we need to know before we can make inferences about the likelihood of life on other planets. We need to know how life came to be around here on Earth. And we don't know that. We don't have any good explanation for that. So whether or not it's expected that it be unique on Earth would depend on how it came to be here in the first place. Do I pray for bad things to happen? No, I don't. I'd want to meet an alien too. There's even a problem. Let's not consider the evil coming from us. What about the evil that God is responsible for? Well, like what kinds of evil is God responsible for? Evil is not a super well defined term, but generally something that is evil is intended to is an intentional thing, right? Like it's not evil for me to uh, fall asleep at the wheel, crash my car, and kill somebody in an accident, even though you might condemn me for being irresponsible or I should have done differently. It's only evil if I did it on purpose. So if you're saying there's evil coming from God, then I'd say, okay, well, what kind of things could you reasonably attribute to God that are evil? Like a hurricane or something? That's not really evil. Evil has no positive ontology as the privation of good. You can't have the concept of evil with good. It would just be a neutral fact. Um, no, I mean, people definitely use the word evil to refer to, say, the intentional cause of suffering with without a justice frame or something. We have every reason to think it is significant despite the whole scope of the universe. I mean, why would you define it like that? Like, let's say I try to go give this box of donations to the charity truck, but it drives away before I get the chance to. Is that evil? Even though I fell short of good, I failed to do good. I don't think that's a very good definition. Like, we're using the word evil to mean something specific to draw certain distinctions. Simply saying failing to be good is evil is, I don't know. Man kind of trivializes its own existence, his own existence, by wiping himself out. I mean, we've got more people on the planet than we've ever had in the history of the Earth. It seems to me we're doing the opposite of wiping ourselves out. If you're saying that when humans wage war and or murder one another, they trivialize existence. Yeah, maybe. But you could also say that they're prioritizing some value other than sanctity of life as the highest value to uphold. So, I understand there doesn't need to be a why to believe in God, but I suppose my question is what motivated you on a personal level? Oh, well, when about 12 years ago, I quit drinking alcohol. And to do that, I went to Alcoholics Anonymous. And my instructions to myself when I went in there were to follow the instructions of the AA people about what to do to stay sober and to not try to determine for myself, whether that was adequately robust for me, intellectually or something. So they said pray, and I started praying, and I still do to this day. And at some point, I went from just, I guess, general deist into Christian, and I guess the reason for that is because it was a very natural fit. Like, I needed forgiveness. Hi, Steve. How's it going? War is defined as successful, most powerful, and destructive. Well, I mean, war is a good way to be successful at killing people. It's a good way to be successful at attaining solutions beyond the scope of diplomacy, potentially. We all need forgiveness. Great. Good to see you guys on here tonight. Nice to see you too, Steve. And maybe because of my experience of and how I came into it, it was easy for me to understand that prayer is a behavior, not an advocacy, right? Not a set of arguments. Yeah. That kind of reciprocity slash fairness kind of equivalency thing that we ought to forgive because we will need to be forgiven is one of the nice things about Christianity. Kind of like why we design ways for mice to suffer so we can make medicine. I don't like the J. Dyer orthobros. I mean, I've never heard Jay Dyer make the argument that guy was making last night, but if it would have to be substantially different from anything that guy was saying for it to be a meaningful, argument, let alone proof. No, you don't. And Malkavian, I want to stress that just because I'm a Christian doesn't mean I think you should be a Christian. I also don't think you shouldn't be a Christian. But, oh, I see. You're saying forgiving someone doesn't take a miracle. That's what Jesus was trying to say. Huh. Who cares if a godless sinner forgives you? It's an empty apology. Well, I mean, it's maybe an empty apology if the thing being forgiven is something like, oh, did I eat your leftovers? Sorry. And you're like, oh, well, I don't care in that case whether The person actually forgives me for eating the leftovers or not, or something. I mean, I don't know. The point is, we all fuck up, and we'd like to be living in a world that affords people second chances, that understands that people make mistakes and behaves accordingly up to a point, right? So the thing is, we are well served to forgive others when we can, because then we won't feel like we don't deserve to be forgiven when we need to be. Sometimes it is okay not to forgive. The thing is, Jesus maybe always forgave because he understood so well that um, he always could see how their wickedness was an expression of a fundamental ignorance or lack of understanding, right? But I'm not Jesus, and I don't always forgive everybody for everything. And I'm also a sinner, so I'm not perfect. I'm not going to fulfill some perfect version of Christian. That role has already been filled. If there's such a thing as a God as we think of him, he has a lot to answer for. Well, I mean, as far as I could say, the only thing somebody would want God to answer for would be his hands-offishness, his um, his allowing things to happen as they do. But the thing is, for all we know, if you were gonna make arguments about it, you could say that maybe if God hadn't been constantly putting bumpers on this bowling alley lane for us, we would long since have blown ourselves up 10 times over. So just because shit's shitty as it is, it doesn't mean that God, this isn't a vastly improved, you know, compassionately dealt with post God reality, post God's involvement reality. But regardless, you can't have God be fixing a bunch of shit and also have free will. You can forgive, but adjust behavior and be prudent. Forgiveness is more about removing the poison in your heart. Right. Yeah. To the extent that you're really angry at someone for doing something, then you have to wake up feeling all mad and having get out of bed with this thing in your head periodically. Like there are things that I still will wake up mad about every once in a while that I haven't thought about for a month, but then I woke up mad about it today or something. Uh, like they say, living well is the best revenge. I used to think that way too, Kevin, but now I know that we don't want to try and tell God anything in an arrogant way. God receives the humble only. Jesus was born a Jew, but then some people in suits came to his door and they said, "Have you heard the good news? Christ is born." I don't think it's the devil stirring me. I think it's very straightforwardly explained as someone got away with something, there was injustice, and the equilibrium was never restored by some sort of accountability to make it be just. And accordingly, I'm still going to occasionally wake up mad about it because I'm a good person. So I find evil, wickedness, unfairness, getting away with bullshit to be maddening, as it should be. Steve, the good news is this. I don't need yours or anybody else's help with my relationship with God and Jesus, okay? So I don't want you to ask me about it. I don't want your input about it. And I'm going to do what the Bible says, right? Like, you know how it wants things to be reciprocal? Forgive those who trespass against us, so we will be forgiven, etc. Well, in this case, I'm not going to tell you how to be Christian, nor question your relationship with God, and you reciprocate the favor. A pet peeve of mine is people not understanding what pride actually means. I mean, it means a few different things depending on how it's used, right? But like, if you say that person really takes pride in their work, it's got an exclusively positive connotation. But if you say pride cometh before the fall, that's different. I've already told you I'm a Christian, Steve. And that because I practice Christianity, what I believe to be the optimal and proper way to practice it, I'm not interested in making statements or claims or affirmations about God, God's existence, or even my epistemological relationship with those kind of statements. Because that's not the proper way to engage that kind of frame of reference. So, no, I don't mind talking about religion in general, Christianity as a like how one should understand that frame, how it places with other frames, whether or not it's justifiable, etc. I'm perfectly happy to talk about those kinds of abstractions about religion in general and rhetorical stuff about it, you know. But I am not interested in talking about my actual relationship with God in particularly because, of course, that is I it you know, prayer is like masturbation. It's best done by yourself. Well, that's what I'm critiquing. I've already told you that I identify as Christian and that I pray. What you're asking me is am I going to answer this question here about my beliefs and who he is in the affirmative? No, I'm not going to take, pass, or fail any of your tests. You can position them however you want. I'm not going to take, pass, or fail any of them. And I would point out that you're barking up the wrong Jesus tree. The only reason I'm pointing that out is because I believe in reciprocity and got my eye on you. Steve, I explicitly did not say that. And you didn't respond to what I said. So, you need to go fuck yourself. You're being a big, dishonest liar, pretending as though I said that. God doesn't approve. I'm talking about your God, too. Your understanding of God doesn't approve. Mine obviously doesn't, but yours definitely doesn't either. Biblical pride is a sort of uncorrectable epistemic of self-sufficiency. It prevents you from being wrong, committing sin, receiving grace, since all values and truth ultimately come from you. Biblical pride? Oh, I see. You mean pride is meant in the Bible. So uncorrectable epistemic self-sufficiency. All right. Well, if pride in the Bible refers to essentially refusing to be accountable, then sure. Okay, well, let me ask you this. Can you listen to someone, understand what they say, and react accordingly? Is that possible to do? Hopefully, your born againness makes that possible for you. If not, then uh, obviously, then those two things might be unlinked. I already said it. I said, I'm not making statements, claims about my relationship with God or Jesus or whether I believe this or that, or whether, because what you're really saying is, will you affirm these statements, Eric? And the answer is no, I will not affirm those statements, nor am I going to negate them, because that's what I've been saying this whole time. If you're doing faith correctly, you're not making arguments about it. No, I'm frustrated with you because you totally ignored what I said. So, unlike me, I'm responding to what you said. You're not responding to what I said. I think it's closer to the position you hold internally than what you do. For instance, if you believe you're above correction. I don't believe I'm above correction. I don't think that uh, that my my religious stuff, prayer, my habit of prayer is subject to anybody's critique, or that I need to explain myself to anybody, or that I need the affirmation of Steve or anybody else to think I'm doing it right. I mean, the absolute appalling hubris of Steve. No, you don't. You're going on timeout, Steve. We had this problem before. Your other account got banned because of this shit. Because you ignored what I said, insisted that it meant what you said it meant, even though I informed you it did not. So it sounds like pride is just accountability avoidance syndrome. Yeah, that's a witness. Like, you know, people say, well, if you pray to God, then don't you believe he exists? Well, the thing is, you don't want to know whether I believe something. That's not a meaningful word. You want to know whether I affirm that statement. Do you know that Jesus is not white or a European baddie? Diamonds are expensive. Jesus is this white hippie guy with long hair. And Mary Magdalene is this blonde chick with big hers. Everybody knows that. I mean, I don't think people exactly believe in a good per se. I mean, you might say people are guilty of just world fallacy, like assuming that justice will be upheld. That's just a product of being coddled. Um, but what people do assert is that a given value ought to be upheld, and that a given value ought to be preferred when values conflict in a certain way. They may not expressly do that because they're not good at arguing or understanding things. But um, yeah, Jesus has long hair and sandals, and he's always like, hey guys, you know what? I forgive you. And I forgive you. Pretty cool of me, huh? For example, in Manichism, Mani is drawn in the Chinese tradition with Asian features. Drawn in the Chinese tradition with Asian features. Same with Jesus and Zoroaster. It's not weird that white people drew in white. The point is, his last name was Smith. That's a very white name. Just because Jesus is a Mexican name doesn't mean that Jesus was Mexican. That's why we don't pronounce it Jesus. Brr. I've asked before and I'll ask again. Was Jesus a popular name in the name of Jesus? Because he seems to be the only Jesus in the Bible that I've ever heard of. It's like there's probably more than one David in the Bible, I'm guessing. Probably more than one Abraham. Jesus is so cool and popular, everyone wants a skin color version of him. Maybe one of his miraculous powers is that whoever sees him, they see him as somebody who looks like them. So, like, if you're a dog and you see him, I'm going to see a dog. If you're a Mexican and you see him, you see somebody named Jesus. What would Jesus do if his cat meowed at him and said, "Watch me eat" all the time? Would he watch the cat eat? Would he watch the cat eat only sometimes? I mean, if he always obeyed the cat every time it meowed, then he wouldn't have time to walk on water and such. You're a good boy. Yes, with very silly ways. Cat Watch 2026. That's right, Tom. We've got a northeasterly wind blowing in severe thunderstorms. And here's a cat. Thanks, Judy. Trouble showing up holding that push-up for so long. Yeah, his belly is touching. It's touching something. All right. Oh, his belly is touching, so it's all right. I see. It is all right. But, you know, not touching now. He's keeping an eye out for presumably someone or something that might come and try to take away his food or attack him when he's eating. I don't know what he's worried about exactly, but he needs to let SI kick in and teach him something. He needs to be like, I've heard so many times now and nothing's ever attacked me. Psst, psst, psst. What about this? Is it better if we write like this? Or how about this? I can read all of those. But yeah, it is better, all caps. Unless I'm in the living room, in which case it doesn't matter because I'm looking at it on the big screen. But I had to come in here to watch the cat. He requires me to observe him so that he knows whether he's eating particles or waves. It always turns out they're particles. The other thing that would make it unnecessary to write all caps, or not helpful because of its unnecessariness, is if I have my glasses on. Then even if I'm not in here, whoops, probs missed something. So what do you think? Like, why won't he learn that he's not going to get attacked when eating and does not need me to watch him? It's like, if you're so scared of something, it forces you to take special measures to protect yourself when doing that thing. If you successfully do it and long enough, eventually you should be like, I guess maybe I'm overreacting about this a little bit or something like that, right? But not trouble. Not trouble. He's just like, maybe not yesterday, the day before, etc. But today might be the day when a chupacabra gets in here and attacks me. Today could be that day. And I want to make sure that I want to start from the beginning. Can I do that, please? Don't start from there. Start from the beginning. What? I'm walking down the street. I'm a lady. And this is an ad for something. Ray-Bans Meta sunglasses. That's, oh my God, we're down by 5 points with 18.9 seconds left. I wanted to watch it from the beginning, Peacock. You didn't even give me a choice. Oh my God, we're going to lose to Maryland. Lindsey Gottlieb, you got your hands full with this year's team, I tell you. Oh, horrible. What has happened to this team this year? I need to give him cognitive behavior therapy if I want him to act better. You mean I can't fix this problem by doing nothing and having it just go away on its own? Why do you think it's about him being attacked? Because I buy Cameron's explanation that when he's eating dry food, the crunchiness makes it so that he can't hear something coming up. And the reason to be concerned about something sneaking up on him is because it meant him no good, obviously. Well, doing nothing involves you. When he meows for you to go watch him eat, for you to do nothing. Right. Um, but I mean change nothing, not do nothing. I mean continue to give in to his meows rather than put up with them for an extended period of time over and over again, and for him to somehow learn his lesson to change his ways. What? You're not wrong, Fly Guy and Ruben. We're not talking about whether I should expect him to change his ways. We're talking about that I want him to change his ways without me having to change my ways. And since him changing his ways uh, means he's not imposing on me so much, whereas me changing my ways means he's still imposing on me more because I'm having to change my ways, then he will always try because he learned trying is always beneficial and never a risk. even if you stop responding. Yeah, well, you're not wrong. But you know what? I have faith. I have faith that trouble is going to change with me behaving exactly the same. I don't have any evidence for it. Maybe I have good reason to believe that that won't be the case. But this is one of those places in life where I think that faith is the answer. You know, and I don't really dislike going to watch him eat that much. Sometimes I enjoy it. I just sit there and pet him, and I think it's good to, you know, spoil your cat. But it's just that there are times when I don't want to, and he doesn't like. Well, that's not true. When we're sleeping, he doesn't bother us to try to get us to go watch him eat. Um, he seems to understand that when we're in bed, he cannot meow at us to get us to go watch him eat. He doesn't even try. Yeah, it's not a bad little vacation for what I'm doing. But sometimes I'm in the middle of something that is has my full attention. In those instances, it can be quite annoying when he just keeps meowing at me, and I say, "Shut up! Just go fucking eat. I'm busy." But usually that's not the case. Usually I'm not that locked into what I'm paying attention to. He is trusting with you in his life. Isn't it so adorable? It is pretty adorable. I mean, it's adorable when I'm in the mood for it, and it's like just this alarm you can't snooze when I'm not in the mood for it. Yeah, sometimes he all he wants is to like see me go into the kitchen with him. He's not even hungry, but I can kind of tell the difference between when um, when he's just saying like, "Well, you're standing up, so maybe you should come in the kitchen," and versus when like I'm out of food or I'm starving or something. It ends up winning you over even when not in the mood. Well, I guess it depends somewhat on what I'm doing. Like if I'm working on music, there's a decent chance that I'm pretty thwacked out and I'll get kind of locked into that, and I might ignore him for a fair amount of time. But most things I'll just say, okay, fine, I'll go watch you, and then I'll come back and do this. Hey, look at me, he says. I'm doing stuff. The thing about that cat is, like, I encounter artifacts of him in various ways, way more than I think one normally should expect from a cat. Like I have to go let him out of doors more often than you think, given that we have a cat door. But that's the least of it. It's like the cat hair getting everywhere all the time, constantly, is constantly something I have to clean up. Him meowing at me to go in the kitchen is a daily occurrence I got to deal with. And then when we come back in here, he's all eating and stuff. him being underfoot and like sitting right here where I want my feet to be able to move around and annoy me happens all the time. And then I'm forced to pay attention to him because he's arbitrarily at some moment being mean to Capio just because he can. It's just like, oh my God. Have you considered I have you considered producing another cat? That way he ain't going to drama dump on you. Producing another cat? I didn't even produce that one. OIIA. OIIA. Spinning cat. The A part of the word is when the cat is facing you. Introducing another cat? That's just the worst advice imaginable. We have a third cat around here, this black and white cat. I'm not sure if that was the same as Cumster, but that's just, I just said one day that I didn't like a certain cat. I don't think it's the one that's around these days, but I said we should just name it something horrible like that, you know. Black and white cat, that cat's around quite a bit. Seems to want to engage with the other two cats, but with Trouble and Capio, they don't like that cat, I don't think. Orichalcum. Adamantium. See, here he is, right? Like, even when he's just doing nothing, right? He's still being troublesome. Because I don't want him sitting over my foot like this and right behind his other foot. I want to be able to move around without having a cat underneath my feet. But for all of his trouble, he is also accordingly quite a character, like has an outsized amount of personality in our lives. Being on your feet is possession. Right. Well, he's very possessive. He would like it if I were just his territory and that Capio was never allowed to come by me. That's what he would like. Well, he's not going to get his wish in that regard. Send him 2 to 3 years. Send him for 23 years to Dagestan? No. I would miss him if he were gone for even a little while. He's such a, like, he he has weird like sleeping and sitting habits too. So I'll come out from the bedroom in the middle of the night and I'll see him crashed out in here on the floor. Sometimes he's crashed out in the doorway of the bedroom, um, but he's kind of a hard sleeper once he gets to sleep. He doesn't even notice. I didn't get the joke. I'm sorry. It was 2 to 3 years when he thought 23 years. Well, I first read it as 2 to 3, but then I saw there was no hyphen. And so that's at 23 years. But I don't know what Dagestan is, so. Dagestan's a place? Right, but like, if they said, you should send him to Disneyland for 2 to 3 years, then that would be a place to send him to have a good time, imagine, presumably. Or you should send them to the military for 2 to 3 years. That'd be teaching some discipline. You should send them to um, lifeguard school for 2 to 3 years because you want them to be more comfortable in the water or something. But what's Dagestan's thing? Dagestan would be shitty, huh? Okay, well, I mean, what I could have inferred that it was probably some Middle Eastern place because it ends in Stan, but I've never heard of it before. But just call me Trippy. Okay, Trippy. I shouldn't call you Negatron. I think the name Negatron is pretty cool because somebody referenced it in a joke, but I had never heard of it before and did not know where it was or what its deal was. Like maybe Dagestan's like Kuwait, this ultra rich oil state. I don't know. Ask the ghost. Ghost, tell us about Dagestan. Is it going to lead the way in getting people to start using the word dag again? Like, dag, dog. You're good at Dig Dug. Uh, 2 to 3 years in Dagestan is a thing because Khabib Nurmagomedov or something is a UFC fighter from there who wrestles bears. I mean, the thing is this wrestling something, it seems like it's a consensual thing. I'm pretty sure these bears don't show up and say, "Are we having any wrestling matches today?" It seems like you're harassing bears, not wrestling them. If you want to impress me, UFC fighter, then why don't you wrestle a koala bear? You might say, "Oh, I could easily wrestle a koala bear. They're small. They're vicious, though." Yeah, it's horrible. I really don't like it when people treat animals like that. Well, whatever. If one were to just pay attention to all the sad things in the world, one would just be sad all the time. I see. War torn Dagestan, huh? All right, we're about to drop to 10-7 on the season. We're down by 5 to Maryland with 17 seconds left. In theory, it looks like we have the ball. If we hit a quick three, maybe we'll have a chance, but I have my doubts. Kenny Smith is still out, so she's still injured, I guess. Obviously, Juju Watkins is still out. Otherwise, the team would be a lot better than it is. No, they have the ball. So they have a 5 point lead. Now they're going to the free throw line. This game's over. Come on, USC's women's team. What are you doing? Why are we sucking? English speaking animals that we're talking about? Well, Number one way to make sure our animals speak English is to start deporting all of the animals that speak Spanish. That way, they'll have natural incentive to sound like a native speaker. Whenever I hear either of my cats speaking Spanish, I say, "Hey, you are this close to getting deported, Mr. Missy, Mr. or Missy." We do deport invasive species. But you absolutely shouldn't, chat asked Lamau. Absolutely shouldn't watch those videos. I don't want to watch any of those videos. That's for sure. I try to avoid anything that makes me sad, feel bad. Ever seen like a ghost? I've never seen a ghost. I would like to see a ghost, but how many more years until we professionally teach animals to speak English? One more year. 2027 will be the year. I thought I did, but it could have just been a glitch. Fly Guy saw one sitting on top of a chair. Hi, the ghost. You are here, finally. You're here, you're queer, you don't want any more bears. Is Adrian Brody a good actor? I do not know who Adrian Brody is. I can receive the Holy Ghost, huh? Well, thanks for permission. Looked at my shelf when I was like 15. All my books flew right at me fast. I shit a brick. Wow. That's quite some poltergeisty kind of stuff, huh? Are you sure you didn't accidentally have fishing line attached to them all? Adrian Brody, says G, can barely stay awake. I was far away from the shelf. Well, that that would certainly be surprising to me as well. I'd wonder if maybe like a truck had backed into the wall or something. Might have been a book magneto was at your house. That's possible too. Or it could have been that earlier that morning your mom had come in, taken all the books off the shelf, oiled the shelves, and then put the books back. And when you stepped near the bookshelf, the tremor was enough to make the oiled, slick books fly off the shelf to your face. It was me, Negatron. Oh, you're Negatron? But now you're the ghost? I already told you not to evangelize. You need to learn. I always wanted to, and imagery from that movie is what comes to mind when I was writing that. Dude, I shit a brick. I ran to my mother. And she said, "How did this brick get in your underpants?" You're like, "I shit it, Mom. I didn't, who would purposely put a brick in their underwear?" I always wanted to watch a movie. What kind of excuse is that? Oh. This sort of sentence you might say if somebody says, "So anyway, hope you enjoy your stay, and there's a DVD player, and here's some DVDs." Wow. DVDs. I've always wanted to watch a movie. What, you've never seen a movie before? Well, I mean, I've seen some episodic shows where the episodes have been strung together, pieced together, and formed into a long form format that's about the same length as a movie. But technically, no, I've never seen one. Not even like Jurassic Park? Nope. Read the book. Michael Crichton's fine author. Did you ever see Star Wars? Not the movie. I saw some of the Star Wars shows on Disney Plus. Okay. Never even seen like a Christmas movie? No. I have watched some Christmas plays though. Usually Christmas time I go see a theater production of Home Alone 2. No, have you never seen the movie? Nope. Never seen Home Alone 1. But I do get the Filthy Animals reference because I did see the movie. Right, okay. I did see the play, Right, okay. Have you ever seen a movie in school when the teacher was absent and had a child and put a movie on? Yeah, but they were all school movies on short reels of film. It'd be things about like driving safety and stuff. See, so you went to school a long time ago, huh? Yeah, I sure did. Very well. Have you ever seen The Lion King? No, never even heard of it. Really? Never heard of it. What about Raiders of the Lost Ark? No, I haven't seen it. Have you heard of it? Yeah, I have heard of it. Well, here's about some kind of anthropologist or something. It's an archaeologist, actually. All right, now I'm back. I hope you enjoyed my conversation about the person who's never seen any movies before. Dude, all my religious education classes were either draw a picture or watch a movie. What has come of education these days? Back in the day, religious education involved going and killing heathens and stuff. Call me trippy anyways, not Negatron. I realize what your name sounds like. It doesn't sound like anything except like a negationary robot. It's not like your name is Pegatron. And that would be a robot who goes around pegging people. Or naming people Peggy, maybe. My religious education teacher had a bike accident, so he was kind of like soft in the head. Pegging is that thing at PE where there's this board and there's these holes in it, and you go like this and walk around it. Did you guys have that in high school? We had that. Autobots, let's roll. Pegatron is the robot Pegasus that they had in Jurassic Park because they didn't have any Pegasus DNA to work with. Where have all the Pegasi gone? Pegatron sounds like Pegatron, when it boots up, it keeps saying awaiting hard drive. Not sure what's wrong with it. I could pull some bulls. I have pulled a couple, but maybe you could say, and maybe I couldn't really say you're wrong, that I've been a little lax in my weed smoking duties tonight. I only have infinity weed. I do have a lot of weed. That's true. And I've been surprised at how slowly we've been going through it, frankly. And the thing is, we've been going through it probably at the same pace we always go through it, but the reason it's been surprising me is because the amount of stuff that we have in sort of larger containers. It seems like we're going through it very slowly when you pull out one bag from this thing full of bags and it lasts a long time. But really, it's probably going at the same rate. Last time I was here, you were outside in the sun with a girl. My wife, Rachel. Yep. She's in the bedroom listening to some, probably a video about like different ways to do your hair or something. She likes to watch shit like that. Like, okay, you'll all walk into this. Okay, so let's say your hair just doesn't naturally have that much luster. And blah, 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 blah. Wow. With this pretty hair, they say it's gonna blah, blah, blah. Like that stuff. No, I'm not gonna plant any more plants until after the winter's over, spring and stuff. I don't need an indoor lab. Sat by that nice tree you have with the Y split. I got that autistic photographic memory. I was in that back, I guess. Um, I like when my Z's last. Oh, the Z's. Yeah, I didn't even wait. I didn't say, okay, this bag is an ounce, so it's full. I just filled up the half gallon, I guess they are, size Ziploc bags, quart. I'm not sure how big they are, but you can squeeze quite a bit of weed into this. I got a shit ton of those filled up. I also have a closet full of jars filled up too. Then I ran out of jars. People who make hydroclones versus old timers you just planted in the ground take. Yeah, I'm in illegal. I'm in California. Jag har väldigt bra fast and gross plats. I just saw here's some dirt and here's some water and there's the sun. Thanks, Tiffany. You're right. I like to put some fertilizer on them too, but like last year, well, I don't know how I'm going to solve this problem, but last year they got too tall. Like, I want them to be big, but I don't want them to get that tall because then they easily break and flop over, you know? No, we don't have any plants inside the house. I had until very recently, it's still there technically. I had a nice big aloe vera plant that was living in the garage. And, and then I don't know what happened, but I think it got too cold. And, no, I mean, it's true that they, that at least some of the ones over on this side might have tried to get taller to get above the ones that are more that way, they're more in front of the sun, you know. But the tallest ones were the ones that were that way anyway, that got more sun. And they got super tall. I just want to be less stretched out, more squat, because then like when it rained in the fall, I had a lot of breakage problems because if the bud laden branches got wet, then sometimes they get all the way over and break. Eric, you should get a San Pedro cactus. I actually don't like mescaline. How do you pick up a cactus, bro? Well, you could put on a glove. You could get some tongs. You could just wait for it to walk to where you want it to go itself. It's a golden barrel cactus. It's huge. Those things are pretty popular in Southern California. Like the Getty Museum is largely landscaped with. I mean, I would say that the number one repeater big cactus thing is barrel cactuses. Anyway, the aloe plant died. I think because it got too cold. It showed signs of having gotten too cold, but it doesn't really make a lot of sense because it hasn't been that cold around here. But there was one night sometime back. Not exactly sure how long back it was. Might have been in the last couple of weeks, I guess, where I left the garage door open all night by accident. It might have gotten super cold that night, in which case that would explain it maybe, but you still water it in its fallen over state. Step one, hire Pablo. Step two, wait. Step three, iced tea. Step four, pay Pablo. Look how clean and shiny Tiffany is. This Tiffany came to be because uh, when Rachel and I went to Las Vegas in July, I lost Tiffany somehow. And then I had to get a new one. We were fortunate to find her. I don't remember, maybe Ruben helped me find her, or we just found it on eBay. Maybe Rachel did. Why are you washing a troll doll? That's not a troll doll. This is Tiffany. I'm not a troll. I'm a troll. You know what I think? I think that you stink. Uh-oh. Well, listen, Trippy. Better watch out. Tiffany's not one to take your insults lying down. My parents' pergola flew off the roof due to 60-mile-per-hour winds the day before Christmas Eve based on the storm. Oh, our weather was rainy, but um, it wasn't super windy or anything. It didn't feel like a big storm. We had a lot of rain for some stretch of time. I'm not exactly sure when that was, but the last time it rained, we had a shit ton of rain for multiple days, and since then, the little stream in the bottom of the gully's been trickling down, been running. It's seasonal, you know. I have exactly 8 ridges. Yeah, I've always had quite a movable scalp. I remember even as a kid, I could like move my hair all the way forward and back. Now I show all the wrinkles and lines of years of weather-beaten suffering and sorrow. In my face is the face of the Cherokee. In this visage, the life of the refugee. Have I been monetized yet? Yeah, I've been monetized since the beginning. When I started about 12 years ago, um, maybe a little less than that. They didn't have, everybody was monetized. They didn't have to do anything to get monetized. And then when they did implement the you have to be Mia to get monetized, I met their standards at that time, and I've just been monetized the whole time. But I don't really make any money from YouTube directly. If I do typing sessions, I make money from doing typing sessions, but uh, I don't do very many of them. Have I considered Botox? No. I don't care about being wrinkly. I don't care about being wrinkly. I don't care about being bald. I don't care about being gray haired. I only care about aging stuff that is not just cosmetic stuff. Like, you know, my left foot, I injured it sometime during the summer, and it's still, sometimes it doesn't, sometimes it does, but still sometimes it hurts. I see that as an aging thing. Like, God, it used to be that surely I would have gotten over this thing or would have healed by now. Or I don't remember having like odd little just, oh, I've got this kind of persistent little injury on my foot that sometimes hurts. I remember that being the norm when I was younger. Things I don't like about being getting older include also um, not having as robust a constitution as I used to have. So I have to, I can't go as hard and I have to sleep more and it's harder for me to recover when I'm done going hard and etc. Do I consider Adele a good singer? Yeah, she's a good singer. I mean, sure, yes, she's definitely a good singer. Does she have a good voice? She has a good voice for some kinds of songs, like pretty much everybody. That's the case. They have a good voice for some kinds. Well, not really. Like some people's voices are kind of multi-purpose, but but that doesn't mean they're gonna be good for any kind of singing. Like I don't think Johnny would do a good job of singing like death metal or something. I got pets. I got two cats. I in my life. Your life expectancy is 38. You're 26 now. I'm pretty sure your life expectancy is going to be longer than 28 or 36, 38. Oh, yeah, it's good. It has all the flavor you could ask for, plus more flavor than that. No, I'm not necessarily more of a cat guy than a dog guy. It's just the last dog I had, Lacey, she was a very special dog. And her death was very painful to me. And, and I both figured that I couldn't get another dog that's going to match up with Lacey. And also that I can't take getting super attached to another dog and then it dying. The reason I had one of these cats is because I had a cat before who had kittens, and this is the one cat that I couldn't get rid of. And the other cat, he's kind of colonized my family. Yeah, I still feel sad when I think about Lacey. I love Lacey very much. No, you can't replace somebody that important. Lacey was, you know, I tried to take her everywhere with me I could. I'd go places on my bicycle, and I had her trained to sit in the box on the back of the bicycle and stay in the box on the back of the bike when I went into the store. It's really pretty cool. I hope this AI wave is going to transform medicine in the next few years. We do get the chance to dog sit the neighbor's dog sometimes. We did, I think it was yesterday or the day before. Um, they had this older black lab named Lulu, and she's a really sweet dog. And she's got kind of like arthritis. I gotta help her up onto the bed and down from the bed, and she just wants to go directly like to the bed. Language models suck at reasoning. Don't expect much. It does seem that they, by and large, accomplish their outcomes by researching and citing stuff, or by just being, if like just like, what should I do if I feel sad? Well, we all feel sad sometimes, or whatever it says, some shit like that. I mean, I think AI is a good medical is a good place for AI to accomplish things because you can uh, you can define a specific problem very clearly. You can feed it all the information you currently have about a problem. You can, without it even doing any reasoning, you can help it have it organize the data such that it might say summarize like the intellectual problem of a certain thing or whatever. Uh, like you might be a scientist, but you might not have any ideas about how methodologies used in other sciences might be employed to to inform about this thing you're working on. Oh, I didn't know they had a machine that does that in chemistry that I could repurpose for my thing. Like that kind of thing seems like AI could be helpful in as well, but it's like is finding solutions to medical problems really a reasoning issue? Seems to me it's very TE. Um, like say the light bulb filament problem. How did Edison know to use that kind of filament to make bright lights? He tried every fucking possible thing he could think of and tested them against each other. Oh, you have to deal with paper straws? I remember paper straws were around for a little while in California, but everybody hates them. And so, I don't know, there's no more paper straws that I ever see, really. I think AI is the panacea we need to start to the sudden, the panacea we need to the sudden dumbing down of the upcoming generation from COVID lockdown. Hmm. Watch any of this new Fallout TV show? Not even heard of it. I did start watching on Netflix a show called Falling Skies, which I guess is fairly old, but I'm not sure what channel it was originally on. But it's pretty good, like alien invasion. shows so far. I started watching like almost on the first episode, I think. I mean, I do see AI as broadly uh, a force for good intellectually. Like AI is, as I've experienced it anyway, gives good reasons for things when you ask it questions that aren't too, that people in general aren't too wrong about. Like, I ask it, how do Korean people hate Japanese people for World War II? It'll give me a complex yes and no answer, and highlight how different demographics feel differently in terms of age groups, etc. And it'll answer the question in a much more responsible way than the average person would. It seems like. Hi, Joe Choco. Koreans for World War II. So, like, I know the Chinese, they still really don't like Japanese people. Where they don't like Japan because of the way Japan dealt with China during World War II. And the general notion of like Chinese exceptionalism that seems to pervade China. Like, we're Chinese and Chinese are the best. Whereas Koreans, I think, have a bit of an inferiority complex or something because they were ruled fairly in a sort of integrated into their normal lives. Um, they were governed by Japan for a long time before World War II. So it makes me wonder, like, well, what I wanted to ask was, because this is what I was curious about, was like, essentially, do young Korean people still hold grudges over World War II, like as their history curriculum indoctrinated them into, um, like, be fully aware of just the horrors that were perpetrated against us by the Japanese, or are the younger people just like, I like anime, Japan makes anime, we're cool. So yeah, that's a that's the kind of question that one might get. Most people, if that you would ask that in America anyway, wouldn't know enough about Korea to be able to answer that question. I just wouldn't know the answer, But even if they did know a lot about Korea and Japan, they'd be much more likely to just project, like, let's say they were Korean themselves. Uh, it'd be less reliable because they'd be more likely to just project what they felt as the norm for Koreans in general. So, Eric, what I understand, for example, in Japan, they downplay the bombings heavily. It's not spoken of. The younger generation doesn't know. Yeah, I've also heard and watched like video about or something how Japan's history curriculum just kind of ends at ends in like 1938 or something, and then picks up again in like 1947. And then, so anyway, not much happened between here in 1938 and 1947. We just go right ahead to post-war Japan. So, in the years we didn't talk about, the Japanese democracy was thriving. The fire bombings were worse than the nuclear bombs. Yeah, it is the case that the U.S. had spent a lot of time firebombing a lot of Japanese cities before we dropped the nuclear bombs. And that people generally kind of think about Japanese firebombing and the firebombing of Dresden in different lights. And I think it's because even to this day, we still understand that on some level, the Germans had a more civilized relationship with, like, Germany by and large didn't torture POWs and stuff, in part because there were plenty of German POWs too. And it wasn't until the very, very end of the war that Germany started ignoring some of that Geneva Convention stuff when it comes to prisoners. So the thing is, Japan, by the time we began the firebombing campaign, their ferocity, barbarity, and and fanaticism had been well established. Like, we might have decided to nevertheless treat Japanese prisoners in accordance with the Geneva Conventions, but we were under no illusions about how the Japanese were treating prisoners, and there was an increased amount of urgency to get those people freed, and and everything that every piece of evidence we had indicated that it would be a very costly land invasion. So the firebombing campaign began like 9 months or so before the nuclear bombs were dropped. And uh, I don't think that anybody at the time was particularly interested in arguing against wholesale civilian slaughter, because the the commanding officer of the bombing part of the Air Force before LeMay, Curtis LeMay, took over from this other guy. The other guy, he refused to do incendiary bombing of large population areas, and he didn't have a ton of success with his targeted bombing campaigns, and he was fired and replaced by Curtis LeMay, known as Bombs Away LeMay. And all of a sudden, everything changed in terms of the U.S. bombing approach to Japan. We had gone from trying to do precision bombing at relatively high altitude during daytime so we could see what we were hitting to night raids and incendiary bombs that it didn't matter where you hit in the city, because they did all these tests back before they made these incendiary bombs about what helped Japanese cities burn the most. Because Japanese cities were very flammable. They made their houses out of rice, paper, and dreams. Uh, so when people talk about whether nuclear bombs were justified, well, they certainly weren't any less justified than the fire bombings. It was exactly the same moral issue. In both cases, you're harming the enemy's capacity to wage war by attacking population centers, in part because the Japanese had this whole cottage industry approach where they'd have things made at a very localized neighborhood kind of level and then funnel up to bigger things until they put it together the last stage. But everything else was done so that it wasn't centralized into factories and stuff. So there wasn't really any way to target exclusively war industries when the enemy's approach is to embed war production within the civilian population. And I don't think that if any of us were making decisions at the time, we would have particularly objected because particularly we were making decisions as Americans, because our interest would be foremost America's interests, American lives, etc. But secondly, for the entirety of all of this time, they could have surrendered at any time, and they would have been treated as we treated them in a civilized fashion, in a way that allowed them to become a functioning Western power, you know, a Western civil society. So it's like anybody who wants to be all, hey, it's wrong of us to kill Japanese people and the end of World War II the way we did. I say, well, you're talking to the wrong people. Say to the emperor and his other cadre of shit brains, it was wrong of you not to surrender sooner. It's obvious that it was just going to kill all your people. In fact, they had this propaganda campaign called The Glorious Death of 100 Million. And their express plan that they communicated to the population was for every man, woman, and child to die defending Japan and to leave no scrap of their people left behind, which was is a crazy. Can you imagine a government having that messaging to the population? Like, all right, so look, you may have noticed that we're getting bombed a lot and stuff like that. But what I want to tell you is this: I've got a great plan. So you might be thinking, well, what should we do if we can't win this war? Huh, well, I've been thinking about that too. The answer is we should all fight to the death. It's funny just by what we did to Japan by the configuration of their bases in relation to civilian population. Japan, a tiny island compared to America, a huge, vast continent. Right. Well, I was just trying to draw the distinction between Japan and Germany. So it's you, nobody can justify the firebombing of Dresden as having impacted war industry or the German war effort in any meaningful way at all. Whereas, and the reason that's the case is because Germany did not do the Japanese kind of cottage industry approach to producing war materials. So I'm just pointing out that one of the possible critiques of Dresden that one can argue against and one could argue does not apply in Japanese firebombings is that broad consensus that Dresden had no military value, that thing was purely punitive. And in fact, the guy who ordered it and had it carried out was a British F guy. He ended up getting like replaced. Hiru Onada. He thought the war was still on. We're talking about the guy who only surrendered like 14 years later or something. Yeah, there were a lot of Japanese holdouts for quite a number of years, actually. But one of them was the one who held out for the longest. He was still like um, shooting at like Filipino farmers and stuff in like the mid 50s, and they're trying to find him, and he just he had gotten like pamphlets that they dropped down saying that the war's over, Japan surrenders, etc. And 30 years or something. Yeah, he just didn't believe him. He's like, it's propaganda. Obviously, Japan would never surrender. I wish we'd all fight to the last for our nation. So that's kind of cool. Well, I mean, I get it in some sense. Like, if somehow America got invaded or like was at risk of getting invaded by an enemy, I would not be in favor of surrendering. But the thing is, I guess you gotta see the context and the time, right? Like Germany surrendered before, and Japan held on for quite a while after. They'd already seen that there was going to be a post-war world. In fact, their objection wasn't to surrendering particularly; it was to they wanted to guarantee they could keep the emperor. So when they did surrender finally, it the timing of it was likely prompted by the Soviets entering into a state of war against the Empire of Japan. And they figured, well, it's not a matter of whether we surrender or not, or whether we get defeated or not. It's a matter of who whose thumb we're under afterwards. Has anyone here thought about what would have happened if Germany didn't attack the USSR? Yeah, I mean, I think that Germany, they would have been a much tougher nut to crack in terms of the Allies winning that war against Germany, but the Allies would have won it eventually, regardless, because the Soviets, the Americans, and by virtue of help from America, the British didn't have fuel shortages the way that Germany was doomed to have, no matter whether they invaded Russia or not. And there was no way they were going to win that war with ground troops. Twenty 16. I mean, I don't think that's my first mention of INFPs in a video. I would be surprised. It might not be in the title though. I've not never been particularly great at titling for archival purposes. AI is evil? I don't think AI is evil. I think it's just lawful neutral. How long have I studied typology anyhow? Well, I probably first heard about cognitive functions about 10 years ago. I'm not exactly sure, but um, I went through a stretch of time where I was learning about them and talking about them at the same time. And then I once I had studied a bunch about it, a whole bunch, then I tried to fix it. I had a couple of false starts in trying to figure out like, okay, well, this is wrong, but I'm not exactly sure what's right. But eventually, I figured out all the salient, most important details. It's like it wasn't that I figured it out like starting from scratch. I was like, okay, these puzzle pieces do fit together, but they're a jumbled mess over here, and some of these things are clearly from a different puzzle. So let me see if I can figure out how to thing that's not my idea conceptually, but that has been that was never rendered properly in the first place by its author, and then has been treated quite roughly in the ensuing years by a bunch of people who don't know what they're doing. You realize your mother is an ISFJ, was previously undecided. ISFJ, ISFP, or INFJ. Well, I'm glad you've decided. That must have been a really big moment for you, Ruben. You must have been like, finally, I'm truly alive. Okay. So, I believe I heard a number of you telling me that you wanted to hear a song on the piano. You might not have typed it into the chat, but I think I could. I think your spirit guides communicated it to me one way or another. Okay, let's see what we got here. We're going to meow this a bit. See what I've got here. Oh my God, I didn't even notice that it had dropped and then it said try again in stream, but I didn't even see that. I was too busy playing Let's Go. Anyway, we're back now. We're back now and shittier than ever. Organ ballad. Well, if it's an organ ballad, I should play some organ, I guess. a place where you'll hear the organ. It's a place that's in every state but Oregon. It's a place when you want to hear this song. If you thought you came for worshiping the Lord, here's some organ. The year was 1983. I saw an organ for sale and then gee, I'm all. How much is that organ that you're selling there right now? When they told me the price, I was like, wow, that's not too bad for an organ. When you ask me about how I got it home, I'll tell you I used a wagon. But beyond that, a secret. Okay, so there's a second song because the first song got cut off partway through. So you got a second one in case you only got a little piece of the first song. I think the second song was a little better than the first song, actually. Neither of them was great. I mean, does it really matter whether you got a high F or a low F in class? I mean, as a grade. Maybe it does at the end of the semester. Could matter, but really, if I'm failing all your tests, why am I even taking this class? You saw my butt cheeks? I mean, I'm pretty sure they're covered over with my pants and underwear. Because, yeah, I tend to use clothing below my, well, just really below my neck, I usually have clothing on. My neck all the way down to my ankles. On my ankles, I'm often half naked because I'm wearing flip-flops, which you can see the skin of the top of your foot, so it's basically naked. I think if you have a castle and it's a torture castle and you want to be theatrical evil, a pipe organ probably, yeah. Pipe organs are evil because they're the most space intensive conceivable way to make music. It's like, no, of course not. We don't mind if you have a musical instrument here at Shady Arms Apartments. All right. Come on, boys. Bring the pipe organ up. I'm going to have to need to co-opt all of these apartments in South Florida to fit in my pipe organ. And we're also going to need to go up higher with the roof. He didn't say it was a pipe organ. Pipe bar, pipe organ, pipe organ. They, depending on how, like, if you want to get low notes, you need like a big, wide pipe. Why not just get one of these keyboards instead? Trying to see if a pipe organ can thrive outside of a church environment? Well, what do you think about this idea for a venture? Become a person who what they do, they have a hot air balloon with a big basket, and they have a pipe organ in the hot air balloon. And they go floating over cities and play the pipe organ and say, with a sign on the bottom that says, if you like what you hear, throw your money up into my basket. A castle with no church is pure fantasy. Well, most medieval castles had not only a church, but also a mosque and a temple for Judaism. That's why they call the Dark and Middle Ages the time of tolerance. Yeah, you could even have a little miniature model of you and your hot air balloon with a pipe organ as a smaller basket that you lower down that people put their money into. And oh my God, look, it's a cute little model of the big thing. You know about the busking? Well, I mean, you're going to have to fund your high amount of hot air balloon fire fuel that you use. I just want to float over them and cackle down, huh? Or you like find somebody who's not aware of you yet and sneak up on them in the air and go boom, dun, 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 and they go, oh my God, what is that? Well, you could be like, I'm not even asking for money. I just want you to put a couple of scoops of hot air balloon fire fuel into this basket. I'm not asking you to pay for the fuel. I'm just saying, if you just provide me the fuel directly, I can keep up my good work. Has a paper doll version of you in the small hot air balloon collection basket. We call it a basket because it's a busking basket, right? I see. My brain's dead weight. I'm trying to get my head straight, but can't figure out which Spice Girl I want to impregnate. That's a Slim Shady lyric, huh? That's Slim Shady. Sometimes I think he was just trying to be provocative. Baby Spice is not so called because she makes babies, but because she is a baby. That's why they constantly had to replace her. Babies grow up fast. Choose one family per morning, every morning at the crack of dawn, rooster kind of thing. Is it really provocative to say you find the Spice Girls attractive? I mean, it doesn't seem so much provocative as an extremely dated thing to say. You know, I'll tell you who's hilarious, that Jimmy Durante. Okay, well, I mean, that's your taste. Fine, I guess you like Jimmy Durante, but, it's just like an unexpected reference to something from a long time ago. When wrote it? Oh, no, but I think it was somewhat intended to be provocative to say that not only am I going to have sex with one of the Spice Girls, but I'm going to impregnate her. And that's provocative because people are going to say, like, hey, I have tickets to their show in 6 months. You know, well, Ruben, obviously, whoever's playing the organ in the hot air balloon needs to dress like Snidely Whiplash. Black coat and tails, black pants, black hat, long black mustache. I don't think the Snidely Whiplash, uh, I guess you'd say, style expression of villain is employed enough anymore. Contemporary villains in film and TV shows are very unlikely to look like Snidely Whiplash. They might wear like a nice tailored suit, or they might have clothes. But I respect old school villains who said, I'm owning my villainy by dressing like a villain. That doesn't just include Snidely, it also includes the Hamburglar, um, Boris and Natasha from Rocky and Bullwinkle. It includes the British during the Revolutionary War. Hi, Ruth Quick. A trivial villain who has maxed out theatrics. Snidely Whiplash might also be from Rocky and Bullwinkle. Fire Crotch is right here. She is about to get fire in her crotch, so. Oh my god, where did all that steam come from? I guess Rachel must be steaming vegetables nearby. I remember, like, not quite getting / sort of being frustrated with the way that the stories never really, like I wanted this idea to be finished as a story, but they do a lot of like little kind of vignettes that never got picked up on later in another episode or something. Like never finished the stories. They're very incomplete little things. And I bought into the kind of implied mythology that this was a show which, like Rocky and Bullwinkle, presented things that are also part of the show. I think I thought I inferred that the universe was larger than it was, you know? Like maybe I almost believed that somewhere though each of these shows had its own cartoon outside of Rocky and Bullwinkle. Where the rest of those stories were told. Goldmember from Austin Powers. Goldmember, does Goldmember from Austin Powers dress like a stereotypical villain? I mean, like, I'm talking about a villainy style approach that could be used by somebody else. Like, you couldn't say that the Joker dresses like a villain. The Joker dresses like the Joker. You maybe could pull off the Penguin dresses like a villain. You couldn't say the Riddler dresses like a villain. He dresses like the Riddler. So, obviously, if you have too unique of a style, then people can't dress like that without just being derivative of your thing. Wile E. Coyote is another sympathetic, ineffectual villain. He wears a golden suit and rollerblades. I mean, I think pretty much anybody you see in a golden suit and rollerblades, you can conclude they're probably up to no good. But let me think of some other villains. Okay, well, here's a common way that you could dress up as a villain. Let's say there's twins. One of them's the good one and one of them's the evil one. The evil one is the one with the Fu Manchu beard. So you could say that you could go villain facial hair as a way of dressing as a villain. In general, if you have two identical twins, one of them good and one of them bad, there's going to be a lot more white colored clothes for the good one and black colored clothes for the bad one, and more facial hair for the bad one, more and less facial hair for the good one. And I think also the bad one's more likely to wear a hat that kind of hides their face a bit because they're sneaky. Because villains are sneaky like that, whereas the good guys are perfectly fine showing their face. They don't need to hide under a hat. That's a villain trope. Wario. Wario has a Fu Manchu beard? Oh. Just like in the Neil Breen movie. Uh, I forget what it's called. It's like Double Trouble or something. It's Neil Breen and Neil Breen's evil identical twin with a beard. Neil Breen, from what I can tell, has not gotten any better at making movies. If anything, he's gotten worse at it because he uses green screens a lot more now. You'd think he would get better at it. Even if he didn't get good at it, he'd get better at it. He'd come to understand how dialogue works a little bit more. But apparently not, from what I can tell. I don't really watch his movies themselves per se, but I watch like explanations about his movies, like then this happens and that happens. If I made a movie, Review Bra would be the villain. Review Bra? Who's Review Bra? Is that somebody who gives negative reviews of things? He eats pizza and reviews it. I think one of the a supervillain that would be easy for everybody to dislike and maybe also believe would be the inconveniencer. And their basic origin story is I'm sorry, but I'm tired of rush here and there, you know. Everything's got to be instant and uh, mass made and stuff. I believe in slow life. So they go through the world inconveniencing other people to make them do things less efficiently. Like, I go to a drive-through restaurant, and where there's a long line, once they get so they can't back up or go forward, they go and like put up some cones and say, um, uh, "Thanks for your patience. You know, we'll have you going again in a jiffy." And then he just kind of walk away and leave the sign there for his until somebody from inside comes out and moves it. That would be a superhero that I think we'd all be like, okay, you're terrible. The inconveniencer works at some sort of county office and just no matter what you come in there to do, like, okay, I just like to pay this parking ticket here. All right, well, you need to fill out this paperwork. And you need to get this notarized by Notary Public, and then you need to bring it back and wait 3 to 6 weeks. But by that point, it will be late and I'll owe more. Well, you should have started on this process sooner. I just got the ticket. I don't know what to tell you. I really liked the cartoon The Tick as a kid. I liked it a lot. I wasn't a kid quite, I don't think. I don't remember when it ever came out, but I liked it a lot too. I thought it was hilarious. I thought it was great. Yeah. The whole superhero media landscape is like, you know, got pretty much every incarnation of it you can, every like iteration of things you can imagine. I'm thinking about Kite Man at the moment. Kite Man is from that show about the lady with the pigtails and the bat who used to be Joker's girlfriend. What's her name again? That show is called um what is her name? She was in the movie Birds of Prey. Hmm. Well, I'm drawing a blank at the moment. Anyway, I watched some of that cartoon, which is I think on HBO Max. But I watched it before, a long time ago. I watched some of it. Harley Quinn, that's what it's called. And Harley Quinn's friend Ivy, Poison Ivy's boyfriend is Kite Man. I think it's Poison Ivy's boyfriend. Yeah. Kite Man, he's a superhero whose only ability is basically hang gliding. You know, he's got a kite that he can fly on, and he can carry people with him too. So he can actually, you know, fly through the air with quite a bit of weight, given that it's a kite. So it is somewhat impressive, but you know, it's definitely the case that superhero media these days doesn't feel the need to make all of the heroes OP. It's comfortable with some superheroes whose inclusion in the category of superheroes has as much to do as with their persistence and pluck as it does with any inherent talent for the job. Well, I've been watching and enjoying a lot this channel that is all about The Simpsons. Videos like exploring everything we know about the old sea captain, or the Montgomery Burns timeline, where it shows how, in the episodes, including the ones that project into the future and tell about the distant past, that Burns's ancient relative who looks just like Burns first dealt with Homer's ancient relative back in slavery days, where it turns out that Homer had a relative who was a slave that Burns owned. So it's interesting because, as Fly Guy noted the other day, uh, it's it's not the case that I'm familiar with all the seasons at all. I am familiar with about 1 through 10. It seems like there's it's on its 36th season now. Can you believe that? 36 years of The Simpsons. Crazy, huh? Like this channel, he's got an episode on video games represented in The Simpsons and how they're reflective of different eras of actual games in real life. why Marvel movies are so boring to me. If everything is over the top, nothing feels impactful. Well, the best superhero thing I've seen in a long time was Peacemaker, which is a show on HBO Max that finished its second season not too long ago. It has John Cena in it. You've probably heard me talking about it before, but uh, it was hilarious, fantastic, but also like good with the superhero stuff too. Like when they did have some superhero fighting, it was kind of typically ancillary to the main thing in the plot, but it was excellent, well done. So that's a great show. Crazy that it's still going. There's probably lots of good superhero media. It's everywhere. I don't much like it, but I saw the Thunderbolts and it was decent. Yeah, you know, the only way to make good superhero content that is really good that you go like, wow, that was a good movie. You've got to some extent subvert expectations and make it an somewhat age traditional as a superhero story. I saw the most recent Superman movie, which was directed by the same guy who makes Peacemaker, and the movie was good, but it did its job of being a traditional superhero movie, which I assumed it was tasked with doing, and accordingly wasn't especially memorable or didn't make a huge impact or anything. I was just like, well, that's pretty good for a straightforward superhero movie, I guess. James Gunn, is that the guy's name? He makes some good stuff. I'm impressed with Peacemaker for sure. Oh, it's fantastic. John Cena does a great job. I had no idea he was such a good actor. Like in the olden days of Law and Order, the stereotype of a cop. You got these two cops in New York. They're both Italian. One of them's Irish, one of them's Italian. They both these guys who have similar stories. Like they're they're married. The older ones' kids are off to college. The younger ones' kids are in school, and they go over to each other's house for barbecue and talk about sports and stuff. The contemporary equivalent of the stereotypical cop is she's black and lesbian. Yeah, give it a try. Maybe you don't like it, but if you don't like it, it's because you're wrong about it. Because it's actually really good. I can't believe SE lost again. The one we're saying this group is spiraling a bit, but the thing is, we just lost by a smallish amount, under 10 points, to Maryland, ranked 12th in the country, and we are currently unranked. So that's kind of encouraging. My favorite movie is not Citizen Kane. I'm not sure if I've ever seen Citizen Kane. I think I've seen parts of it, but maybe I have. I'm not sure. I have seen plenty of stuff that's referential to Citizen Kane. For example, the episode about Burns's, like how he came to be the way he came to be, where he loses his teddy bears. I mean, that's all referential of Citizen Kane. I know that. I've ever actually seen the real movie. I'm not entirely sure. I came back in here to get this hat and another jacket because it is cold outside. I studied in college. Yes, I did. I got a college degree, a Bachelor of Arts degree. What did I study? I studied the language I already fluently spoke, English. I was like, oh my God, I could get this degree. I already speak that language. I wonder what other things I could study that I already know. Can I get a degree in arithmetic? You know, like adding, subtracting? I already know that too. Yes, I actually double majored in arithmetic and state capitals. I learned everything that I know that one might learn. Pretty much everything that I ever use for anything or even refer to, I did not learn in college. Like, I took logic in college, but I didn't go to class and barely passed the class. And then later on, I was tasked with teaching conditional logic to high schoolers, and I had to learn conditional logic in order to teach it, which I learned from a book, you know. I didn't graduate either high school or college having a degree in English, understanding grammar at all. But after college, I started working for Mr. Samuelson. He taught grammar using sentence diagramming, and I learned it in order to teach it again. Um, and there are myriad examples of things that I would never have learned about if I didn't have to learn about them in conjunction with a debate topic, prepping a topic. Like, I wouldn't, I'm sure I would not, of my own accord, research H-1B visas or tax subsidies, quote unquote tax subsidies. The way people abuse language is appalling. I mean, I meant to say, what I meant to say, going down the rabbit hole, when you asked, what did I study in college, was your mom. I studied your mom in college. Your mom is so interesting, they had a whole department about her. Oh my golly. I feel like such a tisk disappointed school marm at myself. Like, Eric, what did you accomplish today? What did you do? You just, so you're still completely off the rails here. Yes, you went to the store. Whoop de doo. You're supposed to be moving forward on various plans that require consistency over time. All right, I did call Delilah to see if I'm. I I forget that, of course. One reason I'm in limbo is the car problem still not fixed. I called Delilah today to see if she had got in contact, if Cameron talked to her and if any progress was being made. She did not answer the phone. I forgot to call her back, forgot about it, and didn't call her back. Oh God, just well, one can't spend all one's time lamenting problems that are intransigent and or complaining about things you still have to do but are putting off. Woeful world, hard scrabble place, why are you so hard? It's my haiku. Sometimes I feel like the Wile E. Coyote or the Tom or the Bugs, the Elmer Fudd, the one who's trying to be a hunter, but instead is just the object of ridicule because of its constant failure. Like, okay, Roadrunner, I get it. You don't want to get eaten. You're gonna escape and such, but do you need to hold up a sign? My name is Eric and I don't study. I just let fate decide. Well, I mean, it's hard to learn something when you're not learning it for any reason. You don't have any way that there's no usage for which you're gonna need to know it, right? Okay, Ruben. Well, tomorrow is Rachel's birthday, and I'm not sure what our schedule exactly is going to look like, but I do know that, say, mid afternoon on, probably going to we'll be out to dinner. We'll come back at some point. We could do it tomorrow evening. We could do it Saturday. What do you want? Do you use Google Calendar? If so, you could invite me to a Google Meet. Or if you don't have that, then I could invite you to a Google Meet if you want to confirm a time, day and time. I'm pretty open to whenever, wherever, motherfucker. You want to throw down? I'll meet you at the park, at the library, at the maternity ward. I will meet you anywhere. Saturday, okay. What time of day? What general block of hours? And I'll send you an invite. Would you like 10 a.m. to 1 p.m., 2 p.m. to 6 p.m.? 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. What time slot do you want? Making it for whenever day Ruben hour. What does that mean? Just ask me later. early afternoon or late morning, your time. How many hours ahead of me are you? Are you 1 or 2 hours ahead of me? It's currently meow o'clock in America. Almost 10. 5 till 10 in America. What is it in Texas? 9 to 11 a.m. Somewhere between 9 and 11 a.m. on Saturday. Okay, cool. I'll send you a calendar right when I go back inside. Then I'll probably wrap this stream up, I think. Well, what are you going to do after you're done streaming, Eric? You're just going to sit around and say, I hate myself, I hate myself. Maybe. Who are you, the cops? No, Eric, I'm sensible, Eric. I'm telling you things like, maybe you should have a plan. Shut up, sensible Eric. Who invited you to this conversation? I see. For you, it's almost midnight. For me, it's only 10. All right. Calendar. What is this thing? Oh, that's that thing. I'm not worried about that thing. Cow. You dirty rat. All right, there. It's done. Hi, Turbinsky 007. How are you this evening? And what do you have to say about crab? Do you like crab? Do you prefer it over lobster? You want your J. Turnbull name back? I don't know how to get that back for you. Oh, 11:15? Sure, I'll move it. I will move it. I'm gonna move the thing. 11:15, huh? All right, there you go. I don't know. Having tertiary TI is like being given instructions to some tool and still feels like there's a void. Like you can't just accept the mechanism of the thing. All usernames are whack. So says Terensky. What about my username, Eric Strauss? I think it's got kind of a nice ring to it. I've always logged in on the computer anyway these days as Eric Strauss because I have YouTube TV. Well, really, the number one reason at this point is because I I don't want to be logging in back and forth between the two things. I mean, I don't want to be watching sometimes under extra, sometimes I'm talking with famous people, because then I end up getting all these videos that I've already seen being marked as not watched when I switch back to the other one, you know? All right. I'm referring to the names in chat were different before they switched them for everybody. Oh yeah, well they made everybody have a unique moniker. So I mean I'm not really sure actually what they did, but I know that a lot of people who didn't used to have a number after the name started having a number after their name. So It's kind of posited that that was what happened, but I'm not actually sure if that's what happened. Ruben R. Look at you. Did you just change that? I'm impressed. I think that you have the skills to do the bills. And, those are the kind of skills people are looking for. I was pleased to see my former student, Gatto. It's funny, he introduced himself as Gatto. That was his last name, but everybody just called him Gatto. I cannot recall what his first name is at all. It's the sort of thing that seems like I'm not sure if I ever knew what his first name was. But he has a cool channel where he uploads like 45s that he picks up at yard sales or whatever. I listened to the Dilly Sisters, Lost Dilly Sisters, the other day, yesterday, and he's got Ray Jimenez, Lil Ray, 1960s rock, Shake Shout Soul it's called, and Three Impalas, Band of Gold, Steve Verdugo, Hollywood Test Pressing, Renee and Ray, Too Late. Like, what does this sound like, I wonder? I can't listen to too much of it, but. That must be early 60s. Sounds almost like 50s music. Huh. So I guess this one is a rare 45 to find. He said, this is from April 2025. Fewer than 10 have sold online since 2013, and all of those were promo copies. Props to On Maritime Records in Highland Park for accepting my in-person offer. I guess he's pretty stoked about getting that one. Seems like he's a collector, I guess. Anyway, that was fun, interesting. Crazy to hear that he's 32 years old. I had him as a middle schooler first, and then probably again as a high schooler. But he's 5 years older than Delilah. It's weird to have a former middle school student be 32 and be a city planner. That's his job. Like, oh, you grew up. Why didn't I ever grow up? All right. So I'm going to call it a stream. But the last thing before I do, I want to tell you the name of this channel. It's called The Real Gems. Jims. The Real Gems. All one word. This channel does all these videos about The Simpsons. This guy's watched every episode of The Simpsons, all 36 seasons. And he does basically like college English papers that are just generally more breezy and not political rather than actual college English papers, but same basic thing, like discussing stuff like continuity and and the role that a given character plays for the writers as a vehicle in the storytelling, like whether they're like this character's job primarily is to say, "Oh boy, would you look at that?" or something like that, that kind of stuff. Anyway, I will see you later. You should watch this channel if you want to watch some good, interesting content about The Simpsons. It's called The Real Gems. And until next time, I love you all. And I'll see you in my dreams. And I'll also see you tomorrow.